Almighty, ever-living God, the most merciful and compassionate, we thank you for creation and the life you have given us. Together, we people of diverse religions, spiritual expressions and indigenous traditions, who invoke you by different names, humbly pray for your providence and protection, in the midst of the COVID crisis. Strengthen and guide government leaders, and private agencies, especially our administrators, faculty and staff, for the wisdom to do what is right and just. Enlighten the minds of students, that despite the educational limitations in this new normal, they may study diligently and effectively. Bless our families, remove our fears, and help us to trust in your love, so that by our example and generosity, we can inspire and help others. Grant all of us, especially the frontliners, good health and accept those who have died in your kingdom. Amen.
Mayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, anak ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiging, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisili. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mabaga, may nilagang tulad, awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng matawat mo'y tagumpay na naniningning. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pang mali magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng ating pagsinta mo'y langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pamay mga pirang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Good morning, and welcome to the Bicol University's 6th Regional Conference on Promoting World-Class Education. To start formally, we will have the opening remarks. Please welcome the Vice President for Research, Development, and Extension, Dr. Luis Amano.
Thank you, Bex. Wait, sound Bex, okay na? Is my sound okay? Hello, Bex. Hello.
Yes.
Okay na? Sound ko?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Our beloved University President, Dr. Arnulfo M. Mascareñas, the Vice Presidents, Deans and Directors of the academic units, our esteemed resource persons, Dr. Ronald Alan S. Mabunga, the Vice President for Research, Planning and Quality Assurance of Philippine Normal University, Dr. Maripaz E. Morales, Director, Publication Office of the Philippine Normal University, Dr. Rebecca Rosario O. Vercasio, the Center for Teaching Excellence Director, Technical Staff of the CTE, presenters, faculty members and students, our virtual audience. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Office of the Vice President for Research, Development and Extension, I would like to welcome you all to the 6th Regional Conference on Promoting World-Class Education. In this two-day conference, researches and actual experiences of teachers as well as students in the region along curriculum and innovation, pedagogy and perspective in learning and teaching, learning and learners' diversity, educational policy, leadership and management, and education in culture will be presented to promote world-class education. In the 20th century, world-class education is equated to having highest test scores in the world. It is about an education done to students rather than something in which they would engage in. World-class education in the 21st century looks further than higher test scores. According to Geoff Barton, world-class education system is a system that does better for young people, a system that does well for all students, regardless of background and sharing point. A system that finally breaks the vicious cycle of generational disadvantages. It is about education. It is about educating students to tackle the 21st century issues, not about achievement test scores. World-class education system engages students in authentic learning experiences, not standardized learning methodologies, and world-class education system actively engages students in their own learning, then does not have them to sit passively waiting for the content to be delivered to them. In these exceptional times, we need exceptional action. The current pandemic is about adapting and innovating, redesigning plans from the ground to ensure that outputs fit our target clienteles, our pupils, our students. I wish you all a very enjoyable and true and fruitful two-day activity. And once again, I would like to thank the Center for Teaching Excellence, the Director of the Research Development and Management Division, Professor Juneda, and the entire OBPR family for bringing together our esteemed resource speakers and presenters to this amazing event. Thank you very much and good day.
Thank you very much, Dr. Luis O. Amano. And now we proceed to the keynote address. Our keynote speaker is a highly decorated academician. He's none other than Dr. Ronald Alan S. Mabunga. Dr. Mabunga is the current Vice President for Research, Planning, and Quality Assurance of the Philippine Normal University. With almost 30 years of service at PNU, Dr. Mabunga has held numerous administrative posts, including Dean, College of Graduate Studies and Teacher Education Research, Director of the Center for Planning and Quality Assurance, and Director of the Center for Linkages and Extension Services. He was also the former National Coordinator of the UNESCO Associated Schools Project Network in the Philippines. Dr. Mabunga holds a doctorate degree in Conflict Resolution Studies from the Nova Southeastern University, Florida, USA, as a Fulbright Scholar. And he has completed his master's degree in Multicultural Studies from the University of New England, Australia, as an AusAid Scholar. He graduated cum laude with a degree of BSE in Social Science from PNU. Dr. Mabunga has extensive professional and research experience in the areas of conflict resolution studies and conflict management, quality assurance in higher education, educational leadership and management, and social science education. He is also a senior AACUP accreditor and an international assessor for the ASEAN Share Project in 2018. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pride and pleasure to present our keynote speaker, Dr. Ronald Alan S. Mabunga.
Dr. Luis O. Amano, Vice President for Research, Development and Extension. Dr. Rebecca Rosario Obercasio, Director Center for Teaching Excellence of the Bicol University. Other officials, faculty, and staff. May I also greet the Director of the Publications Office, my colleague from the Philippine Normal University, Dr. Maripaz Morales. Other presenters in this conference, guests, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant day to everyone. I'd like to first extend my warmest gratitude to Dr. Amano and Dr. Bercasio for inviting me to deliver a keynote address for this 6th Regional Conference on Promoting World-Class Education. I am so honored and privileged to be invited in this conference. Sustaining quality assurance in teaching and research in the midst of the pandemic is my topic for this keynote message. In this message, I'll provide some review of the global directions that we need to consider, along with some regional directions that we need to think of when we are implementing our education programs and even our research projects. And then I'd like to put into context as well the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, both in education and research in general, and then what have been the responses of the different agencies in charge of education, particularly in the Philippines, and then look into the QA aspect of sustaining the quality and the standards of our teaching and research in the middle of this COVID-19 pandemic. When we are talking of the global directions, we cannot help but talk about the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 goals to transform our world, from goal number 1, no poverty, to goal number 17, which is partnership for the goals. And in particular, we talk about quality education, which is the goal says ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. And according to the data, to the report, prior to the COVID-19, progress towards inclusive and equitable quality education was already very slow, or too slow, with over 200 million children still predicted to be out of school by 2030. And they're saying also that inequalities in education have been exacerbated, or have been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. In low-income countries, according to the report, children's school completion rate is only 34% in the poorest 20% of households, as opposed to 79% in reaches 20% of the households. And these are other implications of the COVID-19. The closure of the schools kept 90% of all students out of school. And this has also impacted as well our own Filipino students. Remote learning, according to the report, remains out of reach for at least 500 million students globally. And even prior to the pandemic, in a study by Vladimirova and LeBlanc in 2015, they're already arguing that when you're talking of quality education, particularly in reference to SDG number 4, you need to consider many other factors, from health, gender, peaceful and inclusive societies, to growth and development, to climate change, inequality, and so on and so forth. If you are really to advance and promote quality education, that it is not that there has to be a holistic approach, a comprehensive approach in advancing and implementing quality education. And this was even prior to the pandemic. So how much more should be prioritized then, now that we are in the pandemic. In the Southeast Asia, I took note here of the priority areas of the Southeast Asian Ministry of Education organization, or SIMEO, where they have identified 7 priority areas from 2015 to 2035. And such areas are all focusing, of course, on education, reforming teacher education, harmonizing higher education and research, adopting a truly 21st century curriculum, and so on. And while we have those UN Sustainable Development Goals globally, and we have the SIMEO targets or priorities within the region, comes COVID-19. And so, like, according to the report, as of March 10, according to the World Health Organization, confirmed cases have already reached more than 117 million, with more than 2.5 million reported deaths or casualties. And in the Philippines, as of March 10 as well, we have more than 600,000 cases with more than 12,500 deaths. And unfortunately, it keeps on increasing. This is another data showing where the Philippines is compared to that of India, Indonesia, Bangladesh, Nepal, Myanmar, and Sri Lanka, insofar as COVID is concerned. So given all this context, you have all that directions, the global directions, the UN Sustainable Development Goals on one hand, and you also have the regional goals, particularly that of SIMEO. Of course, there are other goals, like if you talk of UNESCO, we can even include that. And then you have those goals in the middle now of the COVID-19 pandemic. So how do you reconcile that now? And how did we respond to these challenges? For the Commission on Higher Education, in terms of the implementation of higher education programs, CMO number 4, series of 2020, talks about the guidelines on the implementation of flexible learning. And so all higher education institutions implemented the so-called flexible learning, which is a combination of synchronous and asynchronous and other blended forms of learning. Others have even using modules in the implementation of the flexible learning. At the Philippine Normal University, our flexible learning is a combination of synchronous, asynchronous, and the use of modules, particularly for our undergraduate students. For the Department of Education, DepEd Memorandum number 67, series of 2020, issued in October last year, provided the guidelines on the implementation of alternative learning system programs in light of the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan. So there is this learning continuity plan for all basic education schools. And I understand that insofar as the private sector is concerned, they also have their own flexible learning plan or learning continuity plan implemented in 2020. So you have the responses of the higher education and also the responses of basic education. The question now is, how do you sustain quality assurance? How do you sustain quality assurance in the implementation of flexible learning? How do you sustain quality assurance in the conduct of research among higher education institutions in particular. According to Harvey, just a review of some of the basic concepts in quality assurance. Assurance of quality in higher education is the collections of policies, procedures, systems, and practices, which could be internal or external to the institution. And they are all designed to achieve, maintain, and enhance quality of all the services, both the academic and the administrative services. So what is quality assurance in particular? It checks the quality of processes or outcomes. There are a variety of purposes for quality assurance: out of compliance, could be control, could be accountability, could be improvement or enhancement of the services or the programs. It also refers to the collection of different methods on how to check, maintain, and enhance quality in the different processes in a given institution, with certain tools and instruments that are made available for such checking or monitoring. And quality assurance could be done at different levels. It could be it can be done at the institutional level, at the program level, and at the course or subject level. Between quality and standards, so what do we mean by standards? Standards are measurable indicators and are used with means to compare and assess things. There are certain criteria. Quality, on the other hand, does not have a standard concept because mostly it refers to the processes of education or to the process of education. How are things done? How are the lectures being done, for instance? That's still according to Harvey. According to him, there are 5 quality concepts. Quality as exceptional or excellent. So the main target is to exceed the high standards. Quality as perfection or consistency, which is kind of developing some kind of a culture of perfection and consistency in all the services and programs that are being offered by an institution. Quality as fitness for purpose, meaning the judgment judged by the fulfillment level of purpose. Quality as value for money, how efficient, how effective are the services or are the processes in the delivery of education. And quality as transformation, which is almost like an endless process to improve all services in an academic institution. So when we are to focus on quality assurance in higher education, we talk of so many things. We talk holistically of QA in terms of the QMS or the quality management system, higher education management in particular. What are the tools and procedures that they are using? How do they ensure quality assurance in teaching and learning? And how about the role of the information management in ensuring or in making sure that there will be an integrated or integrative management of all the information in an academic institution? Perspectives on quality vary, depending on the stakeholders, depending on the perspectives of the different stakeholders. If you're the students, quality is about what's the use, practical use and usefulness of everything that the university or the college is giving them for future employment, also with personal fulfillment. If you are a professor or a teacher, the focus of your quality is the processes of learning. How do you ensure that the students are learning? If you belong to the management, so it's basically looking at what are the achievements of the institution, whether such achievements are tangible and intangible, vis-a-vis, for instance, strategic plans or strategic directions. For the alumni, they're looking at job opportunities as the focus of quality. If you are an employer, you look at the competence and capabilities and qualities of the graduates that you are taking in for employment. For politicians, they're more interested into numbers. They're more interested into the number of graduates, the numbers of alumni, percentage of passing rate, and so on in board examinations, for instance. But for the entire society and community, focus would be, are these institutions producing ethically and socially responsible individuals or citizens? And at the same time, the society is expecting education institutions to produce new knowledge to cope with the present and future challenges, especially right now that we are in the middle of the pandemic. Very quickly, I'm not going to discuss all of this, but just to show you how comprehensive the concept of quality assurance when you're talking of academic institution is concerned. You have here the level, no, the output, the outcome, and the impact. So, for instance, for lectures, the output, the expected output, students will pass the exam. The outcome, students with knowledge and skills on topic of the lecture. The impact, students successfully master the final exams, and of course, the graduation. So there are different ways of looking holistically when you're talking of quality assurance in a particular program. Here is another perspective. They were saying that there are four broad types of standards in higher education. Standard, you have the academic standards, which relate to the intellectual abilities of the students. You have standards of competence relating to the technical abilities of students. You have service standards, referring to the services provided by the institution to the students. And you have the organizational standards, principles and procedures by which the institution assures that it is providing the appropriate learning and research environment in the institution and among the students. That was from Harvey in 2012. And so Nicholson in 2011 was arguing a common criticism of quality assurance is that pays little attention to educational processes and educational theory and or student learning. And as a result, improvement or enhancement becomes only incidental. But if you look at the overall picture of quality assurance in teaching and learning, you can see here that there are two major paradigms or two critical paradigms that have been mentioned. You have on the first column, you have the instruction paradigm, and the other one is the learning paradigm. The instruction paradigm being the traditional perspective, and you have the learning paradigm, which is the new perspective when it comes to education. So just to provide an example here, in terms of mission and purposes, you provide and deliver instruction, transfer of knowledge, offer courses, and so on. But in the learning program, in the most current perspective, when you're talking of mission and purposes of academic institution, it's not delivering instruction, but producing learning, eliciting students' discovery and construction of knowledge, creating powerful learning environments, improving the quality of learning, achieving success for diverse students. So QA in the past was looking at this, but QA at the moment is already looking at this, the ones on the right column. The criteria for success, for instance, that learning varies, there are the inputs and the resources, quality of entering students. But if you look at this, look at the criteria for success here. Learning varies, yes. Learning and student success outcomes are being looked into already, along with quality of exiting students. Here, you look at the quality of entering students. The entry requirements are more important than that of the exiting students. But here in the learning paradigm, the quality of exiting students becomes even more important. So just some examples. Here are other parameters in terms of teaching and learning structures. Atomistic, parts prior to a whole. So on the other hand, when you're talking of the learning paradigm, it's more holistic and comprehensive. Whole prior to parts. Learning are held constant and time varies, learning environments and so on. In terms of learning theory, knowledge exists out there. That's the original or the traditional perspective. In the learning paradigm perspective, in terms of learning theory, knowledge exists in each person's mind and is shaped by individual experiences. Knowledge is constructed, created, learning is nesting and interacting of frameworks. So learning is student-centered and controlled, active learner required, but not live students required. So there's that paradigm shift, so to speak, from the instruction to the learning paradigm. Here is another one in terms of the role, for instance, nature of roles. Faculty are primarily lecturers. Faculty and students act independently and in isolation. Teachers classify and sort students, homogeneous, heterogeneous groupings of students. Any expert can teach, line governance, independent actors. On the other hand, on the learning paradigm, you have faculty are primarily designers of learning methods and environments. Faculty and students work in teams with each other and other staff. Teachers develop every student's competencies and talents. All staff are educators who produce student learning and success. So there is that element of empowerment. Empowering learning is challenging and complex. There's a shared governance and teamwork among the different independent actors. So that's the paradigm shift, looking at the quality. And of course, the shifting, we've seen this in terms of industry, from industry 1.0 to industry 5.0, according to McClellan. And also you have heard of the society 1.0 to society 5.0, from society 1.0, the hunter-gatherer society, to agrarian, to industrial, information, and the super smart society, according to Kaylan Ren in 2020. So this is an example, another way of showing the transition from society 1.0 to society 5.0. That's 1.0 to 2.0, 3.0, the industrial society, and then 4.0, information society. And then, of course, you are entering society 5.0. And they're saying right now that we are heading, if not, we are already here, into the so-called society 5.0. We talk of big data already, and making use of big data, the cloud technology and so on, as basis for solutions for better human life. So that's what they're talking in society 5.0. You have the current information society that we have as well, 4.0, the cyberspace, the cloud computing, and so on, the so-called physical space in different aspects. But when you talk of society 5.0, you have the cyberspace as well, but you're talking of big data, artificial intelligence, and so on. So how can education, and how can education institution cope up with such changes in the society? And here is how education adjusts or adapts to the different situations. So you have education 1.0, this is education 3.0 to education 5.0, more on innovation and making use of all the industries and the technologies that we have, according to Cedillo and others. 3.0, education 3.0 to education 4.0, and then to 5.0, this is 5.0 actually. So structured content learner-centered activities, education 4.0, emerging sense of ownership of own learning. But when you're talking of education 5.0, they're saying learner-driven learning, learners as agents of their own learning, learners as partners and collaborators. Seamless learning, not bounded by weeks and semesters and location. That's what they're already talking about when you're talking of education 5.0. Personalized learning pathways, professors on demand. In other words, they're no longer just confined in schools, but it seems like they're more mobile and they're making themselves more available anywhere, according to Schleicher in 2019. And you've encountered also ideas like the future skills, the future of learning and higher education, according to Ehlers. And according to that, there are future skill profiles, and they have identified 17 profiles through qualitative analysis. And each profile contains several competencies. So you can see here, it's quite small: learning literacy, self-efficacy, self-determination, self-competence, reflective competence, up to communication competence. So 17 profiles, 17 competencies that need to be addressed in the future, because these are the future skill profiles. And talking of planning and research, for instance, you have the idea from Slaughter of the foresight planning for research as well. You have possible future, might it happen? Plausible future, could it happen? Probable future, how likely is it to happen? You're also talking of probable future, how likely is it to happen? And preferred future, what do I want to happen? So there are implications of research in possible future, research in plausible future, research in probable future, and research in preferred future. And lastly, I'd like to just share with you what we intend to do at the Philippine Normal University when we talk of quality assurance. And this is a framework of quality assurance at the Philippine Normal University. This is still a work in progress. We are still trying to develop this. But more or less, this is how we intend to do it. You have all the inputs here as the NCTE law, the National Center for Teacher Education law, mandating PNU as the National Center for Teacher Education. But we have to consider all the other ASEAN and other external QA standards, the profile of the university, the VMGO core values. You have to consider also the ASEAN Quality Reference Framework, the Philippine Qualifications Framework. How about the customer requirements and global trends and societal needs? We have to address all of them. And as inputs to whatever we wanted to do in terms of ensuring that quality assurance is present in all instructional services, in research services, extension, student services, administrative services, human resources management, capital resources management, and financial management. And at the center there, crucially playing its role, is actually leadership and governance. And the goal is to produce these outputs: satisfaction from the stakeholders, attainment of the VMGO, quality programs and services, attainment of whatever strategic development plans that the institution has, and the university contributing to the Philippine education and beyond. So in summary, this is how we envision quality assurance to be implemented in at the Philippine Normal University. Let me end by sharing with you some thoughts on education. This is in a recent conference presented education from Miss Audrey Azoulay, the UNESCO Director General. At a time when countries are making difficult choices and trade-offs to turn societies around, education must be our top priority, our pillar for recovery. And yet only a minuscule share, on average less than 1%, has been set aside for education and training in national stimulus packages, especially right now in the middle of the pandemic. Financing education, according to her, is not a cost. It is our most crucial long-term investment. If we do not allocate this funding now, we will face a bleaker future, bleaker than what we are seeing at the moment. And finally, education and the future of work, according to Michelle Weiss, for long life learning, which is a new one as well. If colleges and universities fail to launch graduates successfully for the first time around, how in the world will they be able to support the 20 or 30 more job transitions to come? Because of the very quick and fast advances in information and communication technology, our access to knowledge and all these skills and information becomes very much closer and closer to each one of us. Of course, there's that question of the digital divide there, but then at the same time, academic institutions should be able to not just sustain the quality assurance, but making sure that what they are still offering will still become relevant, not just now in the present situation, but in the near future, or at least in the next 10 years or 20 years. That's why futures thinking becomes even more critical right now in sustaining quality assurance in teaching and research in the academy. I think with that, I'd like to thank everyone. So thank you. I hope that I was able to give some inputs that would more or less trigger your interest on how to sustain quality assurance in teaching and in doing research. So maraming salamat po. Magandang umaga. Stay safe, everyone, and God bless. Thank you. Thank you very much. And congratulations to Bicol University for organizing this 6th Regional Conference on Promoting World-Class Education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mabunga. That was an information field keynote address. He specifically talked about educational paradigms, the transition of society from society 1.0 to 5.0. He also talked about education 3.0 to 5.0, among other things. He also mentioned future skills and the learner-driven education, seamless learning, learners as collaborators, and professors on call. And of course, As an exemplar, he talked about the quality assurance framework of Philippine Normal University. That was an interesting and information-filled message, Dr. Mabunga. Thank you very much from Bicol University and from all the viewers of our conference. We are willing to entertain 1 to 2 questions. Dr. Mabunga is here with us right now and may be willing to respond to your queries. Only 1 to 2 queries, please. Okay, we still don't have some questions from the viewers. I think I can shoot 1 question for Sir Ronald. Hi, Sir Ronald. You talked about the future thinking framework. What possible research topics or research agenda would you suggest to our teacher researchers who are viewing the conference right now so that we will be able to address what you are saying a few minutes ago about future thinking framework? Like the quality of graduates that we produce and the competencies that they possess will not only be relevant at present, but also in the future, like 10 years from now or even more. What suggestions can you give to our teacher researchers? What topics do you think will be most relevant or appropriate to conduct at this time of the pandemic?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rebecca. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, my apologies. I'm actually attending the executive committee meeting right now, so I just come out of the boardroom. Well, first of all, I'd like to once again thank Bicol University for inviting me to this forum, to this conference. I am very much honored to be part of this conference. And I'm quite grateful as well because one of my colleagues, Dr. Paz Morales, will be one of your plenary speakers. And being a research expert, actually, she would be able to provide more answers to that particular question. But on my end, because when you're talking of future thinking, and in particular to the question that you raised, Dr. Bercasio, I think it's important to look into the current situation, the current practices that we are having in terms of the implementation of flexible learning. And the current implementation of flexible learning is actually a combination of synchronous, asynchronous sessions, and even blended modalities. In other words, others are using modules for their teaching. Now, the opportunity for teachers and for researchers is basically to look into the possibility of sustaining this kind of practices. How do we sustain flexible learning, the implementation of flexible learning program, addressing the current strengths, the weaknesses, what are the opportunities and threats? In other words, a simple SWOT analysis for me would provide very good inputs to teachers and administrators whether or not the present practices that we are doing in terms of flexible learning should be sustained. And if it is to be sustained even after the pandemic, okay, if it is to be sustained even after the pandemic, then what are the features? What will be the features of the flexible learning program? Here at PNU, we're already reflecting on the idea, contemplating on the idea of sustaining, particularly in the graduate level, sustaining the flexible learning program. And what do we mean by that? Because we are doing synchronous and asynchronous, we may continue doing that even after the pandemic, which means that perhaps the face-to-face will be very much limited as opposed to the online modality. But we have to get data first. In other words, that's where research will come in. If we are to sustain this practice, what are some of the factors that we still need to consider in the future? What are the problems and challenges that we may encounter in the near future, like a year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years from now. But at the same time, it's also important to look into the future of education. What will the future be when it comes to basic education and when it comes to higher education? If you are in basic education level, the current practices of using modules, for instance, with the Department of Education, should it be continued? What are the challenges right now? What are the problems? And how can these challenges and problems be addressed? These are very potent research areas that teachers can consider, or teachers may consider. And for the administrator side, they may want to look into all the different resources that they need to consider. If we are to continue this practice, the implementation of flexible learning program, what support services would we need, like 5 years from now? What hardwares and softwares do we need? What other support mechanism do we need to put in place? How about monitoring and evaluation? Like right now, just one more note, I think one other potential topic that teachers and researchers may consider is monitoring and evaluation of what we are doing right now, to determine whether we are really hitting the quality that we intend to have for our flexible learning program. I think it's a big challenge right now, particularly in basic education, whether we are still providing quality education to our students. And I think that's not just in basic education, but even in higher education and even in graduate education. I think those are some of my answers for now, Dr. Bercasio. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir Mabunga. I hope the viewers got that. We have listened to a very comprehensive response, and we have listened to different researchable areas for you to consider. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Ronald Alan Mabunga, Vice President of Philippine Normal University, for planning, research, planning, and quality assurance. And at this juncture, we would like to excuse Dr. Mabunga, who is attending an executive meeting right now, and we will be presenting to him our certificate of commendation as keynote speaker.
Thank you very much.
And good morning, Dr. Mabunga. So the certificate reads, Bicol University's Center for Teaching Excellence, in partnership with Bicol University Higher Education Regional Research Center and Publication and Knowledge Management Division under the Office of the Vice President for Research, Extension, and Development. Certificate of Commendation is awarded to Dr. Ronald Alan S. Mabunga in recognition of his meritorious participation as keynote speaker on the theme Sustaining Quality Assurance in Teaching and Research in the midst of the pandemic during the 6th Regional Conference on Promoting World-Class Education held on March 15 via Facebook live streaming. Once again, there you go, our keynote address by none other than Dr. Ronald Alan S. Mabunga. We now proceed to the first plenary talk. The first plenary speaker is another well-decorated academician from Philippine Normal University. She is none other than Dr. Marie Paz E. Morales. She is a full Professor 6 at the Philippine Normal University and currently the Director of the Publication Office, where she manages 3 journals. She also serves as the Editor-in-Chief of 2 ASEAN Citation Index journals in the Philippines, the Normal Lives and the Journal of Educational and Human Resource Development. Recently, she received the Research Citation Award from the Philippine Normal University. She has been confirmed as a regular member of the National Research Council of the Philippines, NRCP, and a recipient of the NRCP Achievement Award in 2019 for Division 1, Governmental, Educational, and International Policies. She is also the current chair of the said division. Her research interests focus on science education, cultural studies in science education, indigenous knowledge, STEAM, TPAC, gender education, and participatory action research. She has and is engaging in different research configurations, including institutional, national, and international research collaborations. She is also a PhD paper reader and evaluator of the University of Canterbury, New Zealand. Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed viewers, it is my pride and pleasure to present to you our first plenary speaker to talk about opportunities for research during the pandemic, Dr. Marie Paz E. Morales.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the introduction, for the very kind introduction. Okay, a pleasant day, everyone. I hope that you are all well. Okay, it's really an honor to be invited in this regional conference, and my appreciation to the officials of Bicol University, our keynote speaker, my boss, Dr. Ronald Alan S. Mabunga, and all the participants of this conference. I believe that this is streamed in Facebook, okay? So again, magandang umaga po sa kanilang lahat. I'm doing this live. Sorry, I have not recorded. So let me share my slide. Okay, so what opportunities for research in this time of pandemic await us? Okay, so let us have a brief pause and check this out. For you, what does research mean? Can you probably write a word in the chat box corresponding to your thoughts about research? Probably we can have a minute for that for those of you who are in the Zoom room. And for those of you in the Facebook, probably some people will take a look at these responses. Okay. Any response? What is research? For you, what does the word research mean? Anybody? Is it something to be scared of? Is it something to love? No response po? Probably you're thinking of what research would mean for you. So probably we can go back to that question later on. Okay? So why do we tend to shy away when people, our colleagues, and worse, our boss, ask us this question? Yan. Kumusta naman ang research mo? Tapos mo na ba yung research mo? Oh, I have here some answers. Research is an opportunity to innovate for quality education. Thank you, Ma'am Lorena. A careful or diligent search. Okay, that's from Ma'am Josephine. From Sir Christian, process of systematic inquiry. Okay, thank you for the inputs. We have generation of knowledge. Okay, so if we are we encounter our colleagues and they ask us something about this, the next time that we encounter them, mega iwas na tayo, di ba? So, medyo ayaw natin silang makasalubong. We usually have this notion that research is something leaning on the negative spectrum. And we tend to have a meaning something similar to this. Research means restricted sleeping, eating, and resting chances here. Okay. I am hoping that after this conference, a new meaning will surface. According to research, this is how a person writing or his or her research spends his or her time. You would notice that the actual writing or the actual process of research is very small compared to the area occupied by other activities of the researcher. So probably after this conference, you will be able to gain much confidence and will be able to have the will and the power to reach this part of your manuscript. And what is that part? It's the acknowledgement section. Okay, that section will be able to indicate that you are already nearing the conclusion part or the last portion of your papers or research. So for this morning, these are the things that we need to look into. Take a look at research as a discipline. Why does research matter? How and where do we contribute? And how do we describe research? We'll take a look at the challenges in research and some opportunities for research that would include innovative ways of data collection, specifically because we are right now experiencing the pandemic and collaborative research framework. So, why do we say that research matter? Now, before the pandemic, we already had what you call the Industry Revolution 4.0, or what we call as Fourth Industrial Revolution, and we still have that until now. In fact, it's progressing as per Dr. Mabunga. It's progressing to Society 5.0 or Industrial Revolution 5.0. Consequently, the shift in the industry resulted to a demand of workforce with new skill sets that will be able to address the needs of the new era. Okay, this is where we come in as educators. We in the education also shift or also need to shift from E3.0 to E4.0 and eventually to E5.0 as mentioned earlier, to allow us to train our new sets of learners and prepare them for the skills needed for them to thrive and be appropriate members and contributors of Workforce 4.0. We are faced basically by what we call as Z learners, and some are faced by alpha learners. And here are some of their attributes. When we say Z learners, they are technologically advanced and they have not seen the world without internet. They are accustomed to absorbing tons of information every day, and they are usually independent, self-confident, and autonomous. They are visual learners. They are having a hard time reading text, specifically if you are showing them in Zoom or Google Meet. It's hard for them to read. It's better for them. It's better for you as teachers if you present infographics. If you have videos, they're also accustomed to having something to see. So they look for subtitles, diba? Wag Korean drama, kailangan natin yon, ano? They're also accustomed to what we call the 8-second attentions, a short attention span. So they are accused of the short attention span, but actually this is what they call as the 8-second filter. So this 8-second filter is a stop for them to process what you are telling them and determine if it's related to what they know prior to what you are saying, and if it's related to what they know and what they like, their interest, then you are accommodated. Okay? They are environmentally aware and they like to multitask. On the other hand, the alphas who are born beyond 2010, they are usually referred to as the children of the Generation X and the Generation Y. They are referred to as I generation or Generation Glass. Okay, their first babysitters are tablets, and they are intuitively and naturally digitals. They like voice commands. They know Siri. You know Siri? Siri of MacBooks. Okay, they learn by trial and error, and they are drawn to being interactive and creative as long as you provide them with all the details or all that they need. And they display a strong desire for instant gratification. These are the learners that when you ask them to do something, they ask you for feedback right away. So please, if you are dealing with alphas or alpha learners, make sure that if you provide them assessment, you provide feedback right after. Okay, so these are who are known as our alpha learners. Okay. We wanted them to be good learners and eventually contributors to the knowledge-based society of the Philippines or of the country. We do not like them to be like this. Okay? Ayaw natin na ang mga estudyante natin ganito tanong, di ba? Bro, do you know Newton's second law? Ang sagot, I am a science student, bro, not a law student. Okay, we don't like that. Why your paper is blank? Ang sagot ng estudyante, sometimes silence is the best answer. We don't like answers like those. What we wanted are students who are empowered, okay? So that they will be able to help improve some of the matrices of the country. One of those matrices is what you call as the Global Innovation Index. This is our GII in 2019, okay? We ranked 54th, and good thing that God created other countries like Cambodia, Brunei, Indonesia. But then we also have some exemplars like Singapore, our neighboring country, Vietnam, Malaysia, who would be our models. Okay, syempre, mas model yung Switzerland, diba? Okay. In terms of innovativeness, this is how we fared in 2018. We are on the least innovative cluster. So we wanted after some time to have a different color. Diba? Sana ano tayo, yellow o kaya orange. Diba? But are we capable of moving from the blue to the orange to the yellow? I think we can. Okay, we can actually do that. Look at how we improved in terms of our GII. Okay, so in terms of Global Innovation Index, we have improved so far from 2019 to 2020. That's 54th to 50th. So we are taking a look at some improvements and enhancements in terms of innovation. So where do we come in as teachers? Teachers and researchers do contribute to GII, improvement of our country matrices, through what you call quality education. As defined by UNESCO in 2014, this is how we equip people with skills, knowledge, and attitudes to become economically productive, develop livelihood, contribute to peaceful and dramatic societies, and enhance individual. In terms of research, where do we contribute? If we are teachers, we take a look at two paths. We can probably traverse the teaching and learning practices, or we can take the track of educational policies. So if we try to take a look at classroom-based research, then we are tracking that on green, okay? So these are educational practices. In both strands, we are trying to target improved student learning. Those of you who are not into the teaching, probably you are into pure sciences, technology, and all other fields, maybe you can take a look at two tracks as well. You can take a look at theoretical or practical and applied. Okay. In both cases, we are targeting public good. Okay. So when we say research, these are the things that I sourced from the manuscript of Boyd in 1985, page 216. Accordingly, it's a high-hat word that scares a lot of people. I hope that this will not be our description after the two-day regional conference. I hope that we will be having the following as our descriptions. Mga baon, di ba? This is a friendly, welcoming attitude towards change, going out to look for change instead of waiting for it to come, an effort to do things better, and it's a tomorrow's mindset instead of yesterday. Okay, so that's how research was defined by Boyd. For me, if you are going to ask me what research is all about, it's basically three things. One, we generate and create knowledge. Second, we have to disseminate those knowledge generated or created. And finally, we have to sustain the cycle. So we sustainably contribute to the matrices or the matrices of our country. Okay, so with that, in the same essence, research seems to provide a promising future in terms of knowledge-based economy. It's seen as something for future engagement, future improvement, and enhancement. However, because of this pandemic, we are encountering a lot of challenges and difficulties. And for this, okay, I'm going to show you a picture. My next slide is a picture or an image. Again, I'm requesting you to use the chat box for those of you who are in the Zoom room and tell me a statement about the image. Okay, there. So can you give me a statement about the image? Sir Nestor mentioned collaboration. Same with Ma'am Carla. Okay, thank you. Any other? Any other responses? It's about collaboration. Okay, we'll deal with that later on. Gathering info and evidences, communication, linkages. Okay, okay. So these are the responses of our participants. Okay, new normal, confidence. Oh, there are a lot of terms. Okay, now this is what we're going to do. I will ask you to show me some things. So may I request if it's possible to open your cameras? We'll have a short activity. For those of you who are willing to participate, you can open your cameras. Okay, there. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. Sige, pwedeng mag-open ng camera pag dala na yung pinapakuha ko, ha? I will ask you to show me things. So you can open the camera when you have the thing with you or things with you. Okay, are you ready? The image is actually about face-to-face interview and an online interview. So basically, I am trying to identify some differences of F2F interview and online interviews. Now, my first request is show me 3 things that are usually needed in an F2F interview. Okay, can we have a minute for that? Show me 3 things that are usually needed in an F2F face-to-face interview. Meron po ba kayong nahanap dyan na ginagamit para sa F2F interview? Okay, si Sir Sir ba? Ma'am. Josie? Sir Arim? Okay, anong kailangan? Anong mga dala nyo, sir? You can use you can open your mic, unmute yourself, so you can tell me what are the things that you have. Yes, Sir Arim.
I do have here a notebook and a pen, which I can use for the face-to-face. And then, of course, my face shield that I had to use, especially this time that we have to ensure safety every time that we go out and meet others.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Arim, for the participation. Okay. Next, bring me, ano? Okay, show me 3 things that you are now required or that you are going to use when you conduct online interviews. Show me 3 things that you are going to use when you conduct online interviews. Okay, Sir Arin, napakasipag mo po. Yes po, ano kailangan natin? You can unmute yourself.
My internet connection.
Okay. So that's 1, internet connection. Thank you. Any other? I need 3 things. 1 is internet connection. Any other?
Computer.
Computer. Okay, thank you very much po. Any other? Meron pa po ba?
Cell phone, ma'am.
Cell phone. Okay, so thank you very much. So those are the things. Yes po.
Earphone.
Earphone.
Earphone. Okay. O sana hindi mahirap ang paghanap ng gamit, no? Okay. So there are a lot of challenges actually facing researchers like us. And comparing F to F and virtual interviews, these are the things that we can and cannot do. Okay, so in F2F, we can establish eye contact. We can do that also in virtual. However, it would be dependent on the agreement between you and the participant. If the participant is not willing to open the camera, then it would not be possible. Real and natural setting, nonverbal gestures are very easily captured, and artifacts and documents are very easily requested. Age of the participant and participant verification is very easily established. And in virtual, that would be a virtual cloud setting. You can have eye contact again depending on time response method used. Is it synchronous or asynchronous? We have some difficulties in obtaining some documents and specifically verification, like for example, looking for informed consent, etc. So for the other challenges, we can probably identify those as stalled processes, materials and tools, data collection, and ethical consideration. Basically, many research projects have been interrupted. Okay. Isa kami sa mga nabiktima niyan, no? Because scientists cannot access their equipment and workspaces. That's according to CELIS in 2020. We have limited operations up until now. We cannot actually invite our participants to come over to the Philippine Normal University for the Teacher Professional Development Program. There is a very big disadvantage to research with human subjects, specifically those in the areas of social sciences and education. And let me share with you our experience in the case of our Erasmus project, which is currently being conducted. So the project is funded by European Union, and it's a 3-year project which started in January 2020, and it's supposed to end in 2023. Okay. The problem was, or the problem is, kasi hanggang ngayon problem siya, di ba? We started so well. The project is titled Educating Science Teachers for All. Okay, we started so well. We even had our kick-off meeting in Germany. Okay, and these were some of our pictures there. We had very good conversations and conferences. We were sharing a lot with one another. However, we cannot do that right now because of the pandemic. We are limited to online meetings. So from notes, we shifted to online meetings and online systems. And there is this major process, which is known as academic staff tour. In this process, we should be visiting and observing our collaborators who are dealing with classes which are culturally and with language diversity or heterogeneity. However, we cannot do that right now. So we are limited to online meetings and online sessions. Okay. We also encountered difficulties in procurement processes. Equipment, especially laptops and tablets, the prices shoot up during the pandemic kasi ang daming na bumibili, no? So we need to adjust our budgetary requirements. The bidding process is also stalled for some time, and we had some problems with ethical matters and considerations. We cannot do and move forward due to health protocols. But as the saying goes, when the door closes, windows open. Tama po ba yun? So for our last stop, okay, we'll take a look at some opportunities for research. So we start revisiting the framework of data collection. We take a look at some innovative ways of data collection, collaborative research framework. Collaboration was mentioned as the first two responses I have sourced from this audience. Okay, opportunities to inform online and remote teaching and learning practices. So these are the things that we are going to take a look at. So the first is, let's take a look at and check an e-research framework sourced from Salmons in 2020. So according to Salmons in 2020, the framework's major concerns are as follows. We have relation with participants on an online field. What is the role of technology? What methods are at play here? What access to technology, and how do we factor in technological literacy, data privacy and protection, and type of data to generate. Okay. So the thing is, the first thing to ask, who are you to your participants? So are you a miner? Are you a gardener? Or are you a traveler? A miner would deduce data from the participants. So it's basically our job as a researcher. We deduce data from the participants. But as travelers, we try to journey with the participants. If you are leaning towards the qualitative research, it would be better if we try to journey with our participants. So it makes relationship more intimate in terms of generating experiences and so on. Okay? But then, according to some research, it would be better if you first cultivate a clear-cut relationship with your participants. So you are a gardener. Okay, so kayo ba? Anong gusto nyo? Miner, gardener, or traveler? Okay. Now, next thing is, what role does technology do? Technology can be can act as a medium, can actually be a setting, and can be a phenomenon or phenomena. As a medium, we try to implement computer-mediated communications, and this serves as communication or connection between researchers and participants. In the role as a setting for data collection, we try to choose the virtual world as a place where data collection will happen or would happen. And finally, as a phenomenon, it becomes central to this research phenomenon. Okay, so it's our focus right now. No? Now, what are the methods at play? Okay, so what methods are at play? We take a look at the typology of methods. So there are three typologies. We have extant, elicited, and enacted. So for extant, the data are collected from posts, so pwedeng social media posts, archives, documents, external observations, and databases, data sets, and big data. Okay. Now here, to talk about the relationship between researcher and participant, there is no direct contact. We have individual participants here. You work alone. Okay. But for elicited, we need to establish an interaction between the participant, one participant, or more than one participant. Okay, so this are data here are collected from interviews, either one-on-one or group. We can do surveys, questionnaires, or participant observation. But the one I asked you to do a while ago, you have to bring me some materials, etc. That's all about games and simulations. So that would mean enacted typology of methods. The interaction and collaboration here is very prominent, involving participants and the researchers. So other than the games and simulations, we have action research, performative research, and experiments. Okay. So on the categories of data collection, specifically for elicited and enacted, we have what you call 4 categories. And here, it will be up to you to choose from the wide array of available technology, considering different factors such as availability, connectivity, technological readiness, and literacy of the participants. So you can have text-based. Okay, so you communicate through typed words, limited use of images through emoticons or exchange of pictures. Okay, you can do something like this, video conference. So you communicate through audio, video, text, or shared applications. We can have social media or online communities. So we can communicate through posts and responses. Or we can have games, immersive environments. And we communicate through something like basically the same as the video conference, only that it's more interactive. So that would be for the 4 categories. Now, we can also factor in what you call timing and response. So which do you think will work best in your current setup? Okay, so this is our timing and response. Yeah, we have the timing and response or time response continuum. We have from synchronicity, synchronous, near synchronous, and asynchronous. So in each of this, we have corresponding technology, methods, and relationship of participant with that of the researcher. So for example, you have asynchronous. Time elapsed here between message and response is very high. So we can probably make use of questionnaire, forum, email interview, daily or journal. Okay. We also probably can identify written questions or prompts as way of eliciting data and some visual prompts. So something like that. Okay. So this is for our timing and response. Now, other innovative ways of data collection are as follows. There we have photo, video, voice elicitation. This is a method in which the research participants use camera or voice to take photos and make videos, voice memos about their everyday practices and interaction that they can share to the or with the researchers. And then the researchers provide them with questions or prompts to direct their recordings and documentations. Here, you are not always meeting the participants. You try to tell them, give them some instructions that, let's say, every other day they have to record themselves, provide the videos, voice message, etc. And then that's the one that they send to you. So it's not synchronous. Okay. It can also be diaries or journaling. So this method can also be combined with asking participants to complete diaries, journals using pen and paper, or voice memos. Okay, they can also be combined with interviews and other methods, and they can also be structured. And then we have the reenactment videos. So we ask participants here to make their own reenactment videos. They use their phones, or possibly they use wearables such as GoPro action camera. Okay, and then sharing of videos online with the researcher. So these are some innovative ways of data collection. Others are listed here. We have asynchronous interview. So this is via email or WhatsApp. Okay. You can also have online discussion forum, online synchronous video-based FGDs using Facebook groups, okay, Google Meet, Google Forms, Microsoft Forms, cultural and mobile probes, auto ethnography, ethnography, and virtual methods. You can have podcasts and virtual online interviews, online surveys, social media, screenshots. Now, when you say ethnography, it's a branch of ethnography. So this is a scientific description of the customs of individuals and peoples and cultures. And you analyze their free behavior on the internet. And that uses, or this is usually used in online marketing research techniques. Okay, so they provide very useful insights for determining sales and so on. So those are the different innovative ways of data collection. Okay, so going back to our project, since we cannot do face-to-face interactions, our project made use of online synchronous video-based FGD for us to be able to validate our design framework. So here are some pictures, and let me highlight the things that we used and did. We used Google Forms for consent to collect signatures. All are automated. As soon as they are sent the Google Forms and they click submit, they are given a number. So the number serves as their pseudonyms or pseudocodes. Okay. We use Zoom meetings. So these are Zoom meetings there. And we provided questions. We only use slides, and we just shared the slides, and then we encoded everything. Okay. We use breakout rooms. So this is popular to you right now, and you're familiar with it. And we use PPT or PowerPoint slides, shared slides for discussion. So that was for our FGD. Okay, there. So these were our participants. I was the one actually tasked to do the documentation. There. So we had actually 3 breakout sessions, simultaneous sessions. For our post-validation, we did the post-validate. We did not meet because we did this in last January. What we did was to make use of Google Documents, G Suite applications like Google Meet for our meetings, and Google Sheets for the analysis and coding. Since we generated data from a group of 10 to 5 participants only, we used manual coding. We did not use softwares. Okay. And we also did not transcribe since we encoded directly the responses. And for our academic staff tour, we also conducted it online among ourselves with our collaborators providing materials and instructions. So here are some photos there. So we used Jamboard, we conducted kanya-kanyang experiment, galing lang sa bahay ang mga materials, and some of the experiments are easily done at home. So these are my colleagues, my team in Philippine Normal University. There. Okay, so what I would like to emphasize here is we were able to complete our task because we were working as a team. We strengthened our relationship as a team and as collaborators. So the keyword, collaboration. I would really say collaboration define the new normal for research. Okay. You can see here a table, okay? So as I've mentioned, the new normal directs us to what we call collaboration. In 2013, Adam defined and identified 4 ages of collaboration. Ages of research, I mean. We can do individual research, we can do it institution-based, can be also done international-based and national in nature. We can observe such progressions in different fields. And you can see here, I have a table, and you can key in your responses to my questions in the chat box. Okay, so this is my first question. Which field projects like to work alone? Which fields project like to work alone? So you can key in one or more than one fields based on the slide shown to you. Which fields project like to work alone? Any responses? Okay, so we have one response here. Humanities, okay. Any other fields aside from humanities? Thank you, Ma'am Rebecca. And social sciences by Ma'am Carla Lynn. Okay. Yeah, so humanities and social sciences. So I think most of us here belong to this group, no? Social sciences, including education. Yeah. Now, next question. Which fields engage in formal groups and formal and informal international research groups? Mukhang nauna na yung sagot ni Madam. Ni Sir Christian, technology, that's correct. Any other fields aside from technology would like to engage in formal groups, formal and informal international research groups? Okay, medical and health. Any other fields? We have technology, medical and health, and the last one would be, we have the natural sciences. Okay. This current scenario, ayan, may sagot pang isa. Let's check. Okay, thank you, Ma'am Carla. Natural science. This current scenario for medical, health, natural sciences, and technology has persisted even during this pandemic. A source from dictionaries, when you say collaboration, it's actually the act of working with one another or others on a joint project. And according to collinsdictionary.com, collaboration is the act of working together to produce a piece of work, especially a book or some research. Okay. Now, Professor Helen Sullivan in 2014 claimed that collaboration is a necessary consequence if you are trying to blur boundaries and broaden activities. So, in this talk, let me share with you a framework that the Australian government has devised for collaboration. The framework comprises of 3 dimensions, and between them cover the range of functions collaborations perform. These 3 dimensions, as you can see on my slide, are political dimensions. These are what collaborations are for. The material dimension, what collaborations do, and the cultural dimension, what collaborations mean. The political dimension highlights ideology, and this can be associated with public-private partnerships, academe-industry collaboration, policy networks, and again, the prominent in this particular dimension are ideas. Our second dimension, material, what collaborations can do. This is the tangible expression of the purpose, strategies, projects, and services. And this includes objects, so which defines material force or power. And the final dimension, cultural, what collaborators mean. This dimension highlights the affective component of collaboration. So primarily, we have emotions as the source of affect in collaborative relationships. A reason a while ago why I was asking, who are you to your participants? So from the same slide, you can see intersections and overlaps. For political and material, we have expertise. So what expertise does your collaboration require? Is it technical, professional? And are they available to enable the collaboration to work effectively? What interaction and relationship between and among these experts will work? For political and cultural, we have ethics. And the overlap of culture and material dimension is practice. But as you would notice, everything tells us that collaboration intersects in rules, okay? It provides the foundation for bringing collaborators together and creating a framework within which to operate. So with the framework, I know you are already checking all your collaborative activities. Meron ba kaming ganitong dimensions? We have political, cultural, emphasizing emotions, and material, which are driven by objects. But then again, please do not forget the intersections. You have the practice, ethics, and the expertise, and leading to rules that govern the collaborative research activities. Okay. Here are some sample models of collaborative research which we can exemplify. Can be between a professor and a student, between colleagues of the same interest, collaborations between researchers in the program initiated by a research council, for example, or collaboration by giving advice, between researchers in a large team, and collaboration of colleagues in different industries. This is prominent this time of pandemic. We have the data analyst team collaborating with the health and medical sciences and the natural sciences to find the cure for the COVID-19. Okay. We remember the Secretary General of International Chamber of Commerce, and he mentioned about something like this. COVID-19 and other pandemics cannot be solved by one government. They require sustained global cooperation. Pathogens and epidemics do not actually respect borders. Solutions to combat this can only be found through international cooperation. So that's by John Denton in 2019. However, if we try to take a look at collaborative research in the international scene, we intensify collaborative research in the international scene by intensifying or strengthening our local research as a community and as a country as well. So we are very lucky to have our international collaborators and partners with us. In fact, during the pre-pandemic, the tradition dictates that our collaborators, who are always or usually from the developed countries, they establish their research sites in the developing countries for a very specific research or project. And we from the developing countries, we become part of the project and we contribute to the attainment of the project goals. But right now, we cannot do that, and we can only communicate with them virtually. Them not putting anything on our country. Okay? So, hindi sila makapagtayo ng research site dito sa ating bansa, di ba? We can only have virtual transfer of technology, and it would be up to our country efficacy, okay, for us to be able to succeed in terms of research. Take the case of COVID test kits, for example. It was too expensive then to import due to the situation, and that forced the country to develop its own. That was by Dr. Raul Destura of the University of the Philippines. This means that, as you can see, the new normal dictates that collaboration or collaborative research emphasizes technology transfer. Technology transfer from our collaborators, but we strengthen local collaborations. Okay. So local collaborations are very important, and it is actually the country efficacy that defines our success. We call this as heritage-based principle. This means that we utilize the principles and the learnings we source from all over the world, from our collaborators, from the international community, okay? For us to be able to build new creations, but we are going to use local resources. Okay? Such perspective is believed to lead us to the ideals of Education 5.0 and eventually to Society 5.0. So, what do we have so far in terms of collaborative research? These are some benefits, and some of them are identified pre-pandemic. We can probably have increased publication and productivity because we have funding. This is for our professional enhancement of careers. We have materials and resources for developing countries. In the case of our Erasmus project, our equipment are funded by the European community or European Union, and those are the things that we are going to use right now, even during this pandemic. Collaborators could travel, but this is not probably true right now. No? Sometime after this pandemic. Filling in of knowledge gap among and between collaborators. On the other hand, these are the consequences. We have low budget because no travel, low budget. And the realignment of budget to COVID vaccination, like that. With virtual communication, there is more transparency, more visibility, and you don't have an excuse that you are not supposed to be present during meetings. Okay. There is to be a local or greater national focus. So we try to boost the presence of the country. We have fewer team members, and that would mean speedy processes in terms of research and writing processes. So when we talk about collaborative research models, we need to consider the following. Yeah. We need to clarify first our intentions, goals, outcomes, and we need to establish all characteristics of the collaborative research. We need to have approaches to establishing relationships. Okay. We need to discuss the following. How do we disseminate policies, intellectual property rights, resource sharing, conflict of interest, funding opportunities, writing opportunities. As you can see, all these tips direct us to the aforementioned framework for collaboration. So here are some other tips as well. Make sure that you are dealing with a true collaboration. There must be trust, openness, and effective communication. It has to be two-way street. Remember your role. Who are you to your participants? Okay. Seek the support from your local or your government or your institution. Be willing to invest time and resources. Build strong foundation, and very important to collaboration is planning. Okay. We have to understand also cultural, political, and regulatory context of your partners. So, what can we get and what opportunities do we have? In the light of all these discussions, we can probably source some of these insights. Okay, so this will help us probably in dealing with what researches are we going to conduct during this pandemic. Okay, We can sustain research for generation of knowledge. So we can probably take a look at the future skills a while ago mentioned by Dr. Mabunga. You can establish feedback systems, delivery modes, instructions on how to be able to achieve future thinking skills of learners despite the pandemic. What we are happening or what we are doing right now is a way to still attain originally set goals and outcomes. Okay. Opportunities for us to inform new policies and standards in terms of teaching, learning, and investigation. So probably your research questions or research activities will be drawn from item 3, or opportunities to inform online and remote teaching and learning practices. Okay. So I think that's the last slide. May I invite you to this Padlet? Okay, I am going to share it in the chat box for you to be able to provide me with your insights there. Okay. So may I invite you to share your insights for, can we have Mom Rebecca about a minute? Thank you. You can have this button here, then you can write there or upload something, take your photo, etc. Thank you for listening. Yeah, that's my insights. Okay. For the others who do not like to have insights shared to the group, you can just click heart or give comments. So I'm using a Padlet actually. Any insights? Okay, nag-iisip pa silang maigi. Okay, I think there is one. Nag-heart lang. Nag-heart lang. Walang insight. Anyway, so thank you very much for listening. May I give the floor back to Mom Rowena. Thank you very much again. So you can go on sharing your insights in this Padlet. I'll be sharing the output later on to the organizer. Again, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Morales, for the wonderful sharing this morning. And for those who have just entered the Zoom room, or for those who are just starting to view the live streaming, Dr. Morales comprehensively talked about e-research framework. She talked about face-to-face and computer-mediated interview, the role of technology, and the so-called research phenomenon, the typology of research methods. To mention, we have extant, illicit, and enacted. She also mentioned and discussed comprehensively innovative ways of data collection, interesting words like epistolary interview, ethnography, and she also mentioned various ways to conduct research during the new normal. Lastly, she discussed exhaustively collaboration in research, or the so-called collaborative research methods. We do appreciate your informative sharing, Dr. Morales, and we are now ready to entertain 1 to 2 questions. Dr. Morales Friends is available right now at the Philippine Normal University to respond to your questions. I think Dr. Pahe is raising her hand. Do you have some questions, Dr. Pahe? Maybe she's still formulating her questions. Madam Morales, may I start the short discussion at this point? You ended your talk with collaborative research models, and our viewers right now are teachers from different levels, mostly in the Bicol region. And they are also required right now to conduct research in addition to their challenging work today in the implementation of flexible learning and the use of the modules. May we know whether the Philippine Normal University has projects for collaboration in this part of the region? Maybe some of our viewers are interested to partner with your office and the Philippine Normal University.
Magandang umaga ulit sa lahat. In the Philippine Normal University, we are supposed to conduct teacher professional development program under our research program, Educating Science Teachers for All, the one I have shared with you a while ago. However, due to the pandemic, we cannot invite you to our university, but probably you can expect a letter from us sometime soon, when we are ready with the implementation of the next phase. We are currently developing our materials. So that's one. The second one is I chair the Division of Governmental, Educational, and International Policies of the National Research Council of the Philippines. And we have a project, research project, which we will commence this March 22. We'll be inviting all your teachers to respond to our KTOP COVID survey. So they become part of our survey. We would like to know how we can bridge the gap between this normal and the new normal. So those are the research that we are supposed to and are about to conduct. And I am personally inviting you to join us.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Morales, for that kind invitation. May I repeat? So Dr. Morales is mentioning about the research undertaking that will soon take place, initiated by the National Research Council of the Philippines. And also they have another research undertaking by the Philippine Normal University. Probably you can visit the websites of these institutions so you will have more information. May I take a look at the live streaming if there are questions in there? Let us see if there are questions from our viewers. So for those who are just entering the Bicol University page where we are right now live, Dr. Morales just talked about, in the last hour, talked about opportunities for research during the pandemic. And if you listen closely to her discussion, we're going to note that despite the pandemic, there are many opportunities for research. So it depends on us whether we want to work alone. We would like to work with others, and there are many innovative ways to collect data right now. And so the research undertaking will not stop just because there is pandemic. I think I have no questions in here, but there are some comments which I would like to read so that Madam Morales can listen to these comments. From Madam Sandra Alamo Casitas, research is imperative, more importantly now that there's pandemic. Thank you so much, Ma'am Morales. Another one is, good morning, watching from my classroom at Antipolo City, Philippines. So we have some viewers from outside the Bicol region, Madam Morales. So we thank you for being with us and helping us expand the horizon for Bicol University. So if there are no more questions, we will be listening to Madam Morales once again tomorrow for another plenary talk related to publication. So if you guys are interested to publish your research, come join us again tomorrow for another exciting talk to be delivered by the Director of Publication Office of the Philippine Normal University, Dr. Marie Paz Morales. I think we have some comments here. Thanks, Dr. Morales, for the insight you shared with us. Can you suggest tips on how our researches can be published? That is one question. And then another one, may you please identify to us predictable ethical concerns in adopting the e-research framework? So this is a question from Madam Elma Merandilla. Would you like to respond to that, ma'am? There are two questions. May I repeat, please? One is about predictable ethical concerns in adapting the e-research framework. And another one, some tips that you can suggest on the publication of research outputs. Yes, ma'am. I give you the floor, madam.
Thank you, Ma'am Rebecca. For the tips for publication, most probably I can give you a comprehensive discussion on that tomorrow. May I invite the one who asked the question to attend tomorrow's session. For the second one, predictable ethical concerns in the e-research framework would be talking about the different validities of research. So for example, collecting informed consent, okay, confidentiality and anonymity. Confidentiality and anonymity is not very difficult right now because when the participant mentions or would like to request no camera and no videos, then automatically that's an anonymity. Mas mataas pa nga yung level ng anonymity sa online research data collection kaysa kapag face-to-face, because you are talking to the person face-to-face, you only try to establish confidentiality. But then in our case right now, anonymity is very high in terms of its extent. For informed consent, usually all the ethical considerations, specifically informed consent, are now revised or revisited by most institutions. So for institutions, they also try to consider things like people can just include SGD for the signature, something like that. So ibig sabihin, hindi na masyado ding problema, no? We can have forms for that. The Google form is very powerful to generate all the things that you need in terms of ethical considerations. Okay, I hope I have answered your question, ma'am.
Yes, thank you for the responses, Madam Morales. And at this juncture, we would like to once again thank you for your valuable time. I know you are busy. Thank you for taking a break from your busy schedule and being with us. So we will now present to Madam Morales the Certificate of Commendation by Bicol University. So we are awarding the Certificate of Commendation to Dr. Marie Paz E. Morales in recognition of her meritorious participation as plenary speaker on the topic, opportunities for research during the pandemic, during the 6th Regional Conference on Promoting World-Class Education. Thank you very much, Madam Morales, and we will see you again tomorrow.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, participants. See you tomorrow.
Okay, good morning once again, dear viewers. I will be a reliever for the plenary speaker number 2. And this morning, I will talk about fostering growth mindset of teachers and researchers during the pandemic. Okay, so the pandemic actually changed the world. All aspects of human affairs have been significantly affected by the pandemic, and that includes the education sector. And so all the people, all the stakeholders in the education sector, the teachers, the learners, the researchers, they are all significantly affected by the pandemic. We cannot deny that the way we deliver education has been immensely influenced, to be specific. It has changed and challenged education, and it has therefore changed and challenged the teachers and the researchers. We are familiar with the struggles of these stakeholders, but we know that these stakeholders came up and are coming up with innovations. Because the time of the pandemic, since it is a time of struggles and it's a time for innovations, it's also a time to foster the growth mindset. So what is growth mindset theory? We have to thank Professor Carol Dweck of Stanford University for this idea. And this is actually a product of many years, decades of research. So in a growth mindset, people believe that their most basic intelligences and potentials can be developed through dedication and hard work. In other words, these intelligences and potentials can be developed with proper time management, commitment, hard work, and dedication. It is not something that is fixed at birth. According to the growth mindset theory, there are two mindsets. First, we have the fixed mindset, and the other one is the growth mindset. What are the research bases of the growth mindset versus the fixed mindset? I think it is best that we listen to the proponent of the theory herself. And I invite you to watch this short video clip as she explains to us the power of yet and the changing of mindsets.
The power of yet.
I heard about a high school in Chicago where students had to pass a certain number of courses to graduate. And if they didn't pass a course, they got the grade, not yet. And I thought that was fantastic because if you get a failing grade, you think, I'm nothing, I'm nowhere. But if you get the grade not yet, you understand that you're on a learning curve. It gives you a path into the future. Not yet also gave me insight into a critical event early in my career, a real turning point. I wanted to see how children coped with challenge and difficulty. So I gave 10-year-olds problems that were slightly too hard for them. Some of them reacted in a shockingly positive way. They said things like, I love a challenge, or, I was hoping this would be informative. They understood that their abilities could be developed. They had what I call a growth mindset. But other students felt it was tragic, catastrophic. From their more fixed mindset perspective, their intelligence had been up for judgment, and they failed. Instead of luxuriating in the power of yet, they were gripped in the tyranny of now. So what do they do next? I'll tell you what they do next. In one study, they told us they would probably cheat the next time instead of studying more if they failed a test. In another study, after a failure, they looked for someone who did worse than they did so they could feel really good about themselves. And in study after study, they have run from difficulty. Scientists measured the electrical activity from the brain as students confronted an error. On the left, you see the fixed mindset students. There's hardly any activity. They run from the error. They don't engage with it. But on the right, you have the students with the growth mindset, the idea that abilities can be developed. They engage deeply. Their brain is on fire with yet. They engage deeply. They process the error. They learn from it, and they correct it. And we can actually change students' mindsets. In one study, we taught them that every time they push out of their comfort zone to learn something new and difficult, the neurons in their brain can form new, stronger connections, and over time, they can get smarter. Look what happened. In this study, students who were not taught this growth mindset continued to show declining grades over this difficult school transition. But those who were taught this lesson showed a sharp rebound in their grades. We have shown this now, this kind of improvement, with thousands and thousands of kids, especially struggling students. The power.
Okay, so there you go. The short video clip wherein Professor Carol Dweck mentioned the researches conducted regarding the two types of mindsets. The brain study showed that the fixed mindset brain did not show any activity, while the growth mindset brain showed many activities. They noted new and stronger brain connections among learners who actually confronted the struggles and took effort to learn something new. So this theory is actually a product of decades of study of Professor Carol Dweck of Stanford University, who also worked as former professor of Harvard University and Columbia University. So there you go, the fixed mindset. It's like you accept that the ability of a person is fixed at birth, while if you have the perspective of a growth mindset, the one that you see on this side, you don't believe that the ability of a person is fixed at birth. Instead, you believe that there can be incremental growth with your effort and your dedication. So for the fixed mindset, there is the general belief that the character, intelligence, and creative ability are static givens, which we can't change in any meaningful way, or even with interventions. It also believes that success is the affirmation of that inherent intelligence and an assessment of how those givens measure up against an equally fixed standard. And for those with this perspective, striving for success and avoiding failure at all costs become a way of maintaining the sense of being smart or skilled. If you listen closely to the short video of Professor Carl, he mentioned about the studies conducted about learners who would rather cheat the next time rather than study, or who will find someone worse to make them appear that they are better, or who would run from difficulty. These kind of learners, this kind of people are those with fixed mindset. Whereas for those people with growth mindset, they thrive on challenge. They look at challenge as an opportunity to improve, as an opportunity to innovate, as an opportunity to evolve oneself and have a better version of oneself. It sees failure not as evidence of lack of intelligence or unintelligence, but rather as a heartening springboard for growth and for stretching our existing abilities. So if you are a person who does not even include failure in your vocabulary, but simply call it as a temporary setback, then you are a person having the growth mindset. So that's the difference between the fixed mindset and the growth mindset in terms of beliefs. I will be showing to you in the next slide, in this slide, how we differentiate a fixed mindset and growth mindset in terms of challenges, obstacles, efforts, criticism, and how we see the success of other people. For fixed mindset, there's the tendency to avoid the challenge or the challenges, while for growth mindset, there is the general tendency to embrace the challenge or the challenges. We look at challenges as part of life. It is an integral part of life. In terms of obstacles, for the fixed mindset, there's the tendency, the great tendency to give up easily. While for somebody with a growth mindset, there's the tendency to persist. There is a strong persistence amidst the struggles or the challenges. Now let's take a look at efforts. For someone with a fixed mindset, we see effort as fruitless, while for someone with a growth mindset, we see effort or efforts as the path to mastery. If we take the necessary efforts, then it is only a matter of time that we attain mastery. That is the thinking of a person with growth mindset. Now let's consider criticism. For someone with a fixed mindset, they try to ignore criticism as something useful. They take a look at the feedback as something that is negative and is hurting them personally. We have the opposite for someone with growth mindset. A person with growth mindset would take a look at criticism as something that is constructive, and there is absolutely nothing personal in it. Rather, they learn from the criticism. They use the criticism as source of insights for improvement. Now let's take a look at how we view success of other people. For someone with a fixed mindset, they feel threatened. They are threatened by the success and accomplishments of other people. But for someone with a growth mindset, they try to find lessons and inspirations from the success of other people. They are not at all threatened, but rather they are driven. They are further inspired to do better next time. So that's how we try to differentiate the fixed mindset and the growth mindset in terms of challenges, obstacles, efforts, criticisms, and how we see the success of other people. Just for further elaboration, in terms of beliefs, people with fixed mindsets believe that skills, intelligence, and talents are natural and are fixed. They also believe that failure is shameful and therefore should be avoided. They believe that some people indeed are naturally good at some things while others are not, and that we are not in control of our abilities. These are the basic beliefs of a person with a fixed mindset. Now try to reflect. Do you have this kind of beliefs? Or do you have this new set of beliefs? For people with growth mindset, they believe that we have the capacity to learn and to grow our skills. It's never final. There will always be the chance to improve and grow. People with growth mindset also believe that failure is not actually failure. Rather, it is simply a valuable lesson. And it is part of our journey, whether it is personal, it is professional, or academic journey. Also, they believe that people who are good at something are good at it because they built that ability. They work on them. It's not something that was naturally given to them and without exerting any effort. Yes, they believe that the potentials are given, but unless we work on these potentials, then they will not be improved. And they also believe that we are in control of our abilities, meaning we can do something to improve our abilities. Do you have this kind of beliefs? If you have, then most probably you are a person with a growth mindset. Is it possible that we have some beliefs belonging to that fixed mindset and some beliefs belonging to the growth mindset? Of course, the answer is yes. That's why we can change our mindset. We can work on it and eventually have growth mindset as our dominant mindset. Because whatever mindset that we choose, it becomes our mindset. So if you choose to have the fixed mindset, then really you will have that. So that means if we choose to have growth mindset and work on it, then eventually we will have this as our dominant mindset. Now, in terms of effort, for someone with a fixed mindset, it is not necessary and it is not useful. But for someone with a growth mindset, effort is necessary. In fact, it somehow validates the saying that constant correct practice makes perfect or leads to mastery. Again, in terms of challenges, as mentioned earlier, someone with a fixed mindset has the tendency to avoid challenges. They have the tendency to back down and then run away. Well, for somebody with a growth mindset, there is the general tendency to embrace the challenge or the challenges, looking at these challenges as part of life. Okay? In terms of errors or mistakes, for someone with a fixed mindset, there is also the general tendency to avoid mistakes, and they would get discouraged immediately when making mistakes. But for someone with a growth mindset, we see mistakes as part of learning. That's why we are learning. That means there is the possibility that we make mistakes. But we see these mistakes as opportunities to unlearn, to relearn, and to improve. We take a look at mistakes as opportunities to make ourselves better and to grow. Of course, I do not mean that we intentionally make mistakes. That's not what I mean. But whenever we make some mistakes, inadvertent, unavoidable mistakes, then we'll look at these mistakes as opportunities for improvement. Now, in terms of feedback, someone with a growth mindset would consider feedback as constructive. They appreciate criticisms, they appreciate feedback, and use it for improvement. In other words, they learn from the criticisms. Whereas for somebody with a fixed mindset, they immediately get defensive. They generally tend to take it personally and they try to ignore it as a useful input for improvement. Now try to reflect. If you are listening right now, try to reflect. Which kind of mindset do you have? Are there instances when we are tempted to have the fixed mindset rather than the growth mindset? If yes, then that is absolutely normal. But of course, we have to consciously exert effort to have the growth mindset rather than the fixed mindset for our own benefit and for the benefit of the organization or the schools where we work. Another author mentioned that the growth mindset refers to an attitude focused on constant improvement. So, the fundamental elements of this way of thinking include personal development and continued learning. So, in other words, in a growth mindset, we always have this belief that there is always a room for improvement. We take on a positive attitude amidst the challenges and the struggles, and we embrace our reality that there is always a room for improvement. How do we foster growth mindset? What should we avoid? These are the don'ts that I have listed. So I have listed here a few don'ts only in the interest of time. One, don't focus on problems or struggles. Don't look at them as problems or struggles. Rather, look at them as opportunities for improvement. And I know this is kind of difficult, but if we focus on the problems and not on solutions, then we will be burdened. So if there are problems, then we identify the problems so we will be able to find, if not, make solution or solutions. Next, don't avoid change or changes. The time of the pandemic, this time is really a challenging time for the entire world. This is also a time of enormous changes in all aspects of human life, and that includes education, instructional delivery, instructional materials development, collaboration with learners, and collaboration with colleagues. There are many changes. Let us not avoid the changes because that's the only permanent thing in this world, change or changes. Don't seek approval from others. If you are coming up with your small or humble innovation as a practitioner, as a teacher, as a researcher, you don't need approval or validation of other people to make you feel good about yourself. Just go on with what you are doing, provided that you are doing it according to protocol, you are well informed by the current literature, then go for it. You don't need approval of other people as you take on the work that you have been doing for years, even amidst the change and challenge brought about by the pandemic. Next, don't focus on learning fast. Focus on learning well. Different people have different pace in learning. Some may be learning fast, but if you are not learning fast, there is no need to worry. Rather, focus on learning well. Enjoy the process. It is the process that will make you a better teacher and a better researcher and a better learner in life. Next, don't consider mistakes as failure. Mistakes are simply mistakes. We look at them as inputs for improvement, for innovation. These are only temporary setbacks. These should not stop us from trying anew. So we don't consider mistakes as failure. And don't expect to master without dedicating effort and time. For someone with a growth mindset, investment of time and effort is necessary in order to gain mastery in whatever that we do, whether it is in pedagogy or whether it is in research. Let us not expect ourselves to master something, say the way we conduct research, say the different teaching strategies without dedicating effort and time. So these are big no-nos that we need to avoid if we want to foster growth mindset. We avoid all of this. So what should we do then? These are some suggestions that I can provide to you. You can Google many different strategies or tips provided by different experts, but I come up with my own list. I make it a short list, so at least we remember, if not all, many of them. 1, consider challenges as opportunities. The pandemic provided us many challenges, but we look at these challenges as opportunities. If you listen closely to the talk of Dr. Morales an hour ago, there are many opportunities for research even amidst the pandemic. And there are new or innovative ways of data collection that we can use in order to still pursue the research undertakings. Yes, there may be challenges in the delivery of blended learning or flexible learning, but we consider these challenges as opportunities to understand the educational process better, to look at the current or existing educational practices and policies, and eventually work on some innovations to improve the current practices and policies. We don't avoid change or changes, as we said earlier. We try to embrace the change because as we embrace the change, we try to adapt to the current situation. It's not only the most intelligent that will survive and thrive in these challenging times. Those people who have the ability to adapt will be able to adjust and thrive in these challenging times. Work with people who have growth mindset. Work with people who have growth mindset because they will influence you to embrace growth mindset. These are people who will actually provide you assistance, who will actually cheer for you whenever you have accomplishments, no matter how little. And they will be willing to give you honest criticism face to face. Another thing to consider would be to embrace setbacks as opportunities for improvement. I am not saying that we should have no reasons to have any emotions at all. In times that there are setbacks, it is normal and it is okay not to be okay. It is okay that we feel bad at times, we get lonely at times, perhaps angry at times, but we don't dwell on these negative emotions. But rather, in times when there are setbacks, we take a look at setbacks as opportunities for improvement. It's like giving us another window to look at ourselves. It's like providing ourselves another way of looking at ourselves and at what we do so that we can improve ourselves better, we can improve what we do. We try to accept criticisms as part of personal and professional journey. Can you imagine a life without criticisms? I don't think that ever existed and that will ever exist. Criticisms will be part of life. It is part of our personal and professional journey. Let's accept criticism with openness or candor. Also, it is good to celebrate our growth, no matter how small. So every now and then, if we have an accomplishment, it is all right that we celebrate it, even if it is something that is small. Perhaps from the point of view of other people, it's just too small. But we celebrate our growth because we are affirming to ourselves that it is the best decision that you can take on, which is to have a growth mindset. And always cultivate a sense of purpose. Even in the small things that we do as we perform our duties as teachers and as researchers, we should cultivate a sense of purpose. There's no such thing as too small an accomplishment. There's no such thing as a minor work. So in all the tasks given to us, let us always have a sense of purpose. And of course, always seek, and if the need arises, give scaffolding. Support other people. Seek support if you need it. It is not shameful to seek scaffolding from friends and colleagues. We are doing it because we believe that with the inputs and insights of other people, we can make ourselves better. That's why it is all right that we seek scaffolding. And it is also proper that we give scaffolding to other people. These are some simple things to bear in mind if we want to foster growth mindset. And this is something that will work for teachers, for researchers, and for teacher researchers. But this is also something that will work for anyone, even if they do not work as teachers or researchers. Especially for teachers and researchers, it is important that you join a community of practice, specifically in your discipline. This community of practice may be situated in your school, or it may be something that is online, so you can join groups of teachers and researchers, and then you can learn from them, seek assistance from them, seek suggestions from them. Also, dedicate time and effort for research and teaching innovations. So even if this is a challenging time for the implementation of flexible learning and a blended learning, we try to take time and effort to undertake research while we are teaching and to have some innovations as we do our teaching functions in these difficult times. Also, it would be good that we reflect on our work accomplishments as teacher and researcher. Perhaps a good way to look at it is try to reflect every week. For example, at the end of each week, try to find out if you have accomplished the tasks given to you as a teacher or researcher. If you have not accomplished your targets, perhaps you can seek assistance from other people around you who can provide you the necessary help. If you have made some accomplishments, no matter how little, take time to celebrate it and try to consider it as an input for further targets, for your targets in the coming week. Celebrate your innovations and research undertakings, no matter how small. Perhaps others are involved in national research or a global research that is funded in, and the amount is huge. We're speaking of millions of bases. Perhaps we are involved in research and innovations that would only have a small budget. It is all right. You are involved in an innovation or in a research. Let us celebrate this small accomplishment. This will fuel our positive attitude towards our work, towards our relationship with colleagues, and towards life in general. It is always good that we cultivate grit. So it's not just the simple intelligence that will work. It's not only the wit that will work. We try to cultivate the grit so we will be able to look for opportunities for growth, opportunities for improvement. And if you listen to the video of Professor Dweck, she was talking about the power of yet. Let us always use the power of yet. Although she talked about some learners in the research that she mentioned, the power of yet is also applicable to professionals like teachers and researchers. I remember she mentioned about the grade of students in Chicago, and the grade of those students who have not yet gained the mastery is not failed. It's not incomplete. It's not dropped. What is written as grade is not yet. So if you think that right now you are not still making significant accomplishments as teachers and researchers, perhaps your rating in your IPCR is not yet very satisfactory or outstanding. Let us not dwell on it in a negative way. Rather, let us use the power of yet. So, if your rating today, whether it is in the document, in your IPCR, or whether as you give your self-rating, it's not yet outstanding or very good, then there's no reason to be sad because we give ourselves the rating not yet. So let us not forget to use the power of not yet. The power of not yet means that the best for you is yet to come. So that is taking on a positive attitude. That is being resilient, okay? So that ends my short talk on fostering the growth mindset, especially of teachers and researchers during the pandemic. And I'd like to end this talk with this quote from Roger Clemens. I think anything is possible if you have the mindset and the will and desire to do it and put the time in. That is the growth mindset. Anything is possible. So there are things to remember when you get stuck. You can do anything, of course, not everything. Sometimes it takes more courage to ask for help. So it's okay to ask for help. If you find a path with no obstacles, it probably doesn't lead anywhere. So if right now there are obstacles in your path, then that is normal. It will lead you somewhere. We make a living from what we get. We make a life from what we give. So if there are people around you who are probably having fixed mindset, would you please give them some support so that they can embrace the growth mindset? Someday is not a day of the week. So don't have that someday attitude. Start today. Embrace the growth mindset starting right now, if right now you are having a fixed mindset. When it is dark enough, you can see the stars. That is taking on a positive view in life. And having a growth mindset is simply having a positive view in life. It is having a view that we can grow. We can be better than our current versions. I thank you all for listening. I would be willing to respond to some of your queries after this. Okay, are there questions from our viewers and from the chat box? Are there questions? So we can take a look at some of the comments from our viewers. So from Madame Prima Silvestre, thank you, inspiring. So we would like to thank you all for viewing this. If you are having an equally important undertaking right now, you can view this later. From Madame Mafe Molato, thank you, Dr. Bercasio. You are again reminding us not to worry about failures, because failures are not failures. They are simply temporary setbacks. We have someone, Sir Erwin Cruz, watching from Lyceum Northwestern University, watching from Bulacan. Thank you. And we have some comments. Thank you for the encouraging words. This is really inspiring in addressing the personal and professional challenges in this time of pandemic. Looking forward to see these challenges as opportunities most of the time. Yes, if you have the growth mindset, we simply look at challenges as opportunities in disguise. Yes to the power of yet. So the next time you encounter some learners in your classes with grades that are not very satisfactory, or if your rating as a teacher is not very satisfactory, we will not say poor, we will not say needs improvement. The grade that we will give to these learners and to ourselves is not yet. Given the proper time to exert effort, to do some practice, not yet will be replaced by very satisfactory or outstanding ratings. We have some comments here. Good morning, watching from my classroom at Antipolo City, Philippines. Okay, let me take a look at the Zoom room if there are some questions. Yes, we have from Sir Carlos. As a novice teacher, how do we inspire some seasoned teachers who have fixed mindset to have growth mindset in the workplace. Yeah, very interesting. It is normal for people to have a combination of fixed mindset and growth mindset, but we will have to work on it so that we will have the growth mindset as the dominant mindset. What do we do? How do we inspire them? If they have seen life, they have experienced life for more years than you have experienced or we have experienced, it is indeed a challenge to inspire them to embrace growth mindset. But please remember that aging is different from growing. Aging would mean the increase in the age, the number of years that you live. But growing is not determined by the number of years. So even if they are a bit old and will just be staying for a few more years in the service, it is important that they still embrace changes and challenges as opportunities to unlearn and relearn. I think I know specifically the example because there are some colleagues in our university. They have some difficulties coping up with the changes and challenges in the implementation of the flexible learning. So instead of being open to these challenges and changes as opportunities, for example, to learn how to use different technology tools, they decided to run away, have the break, and take on early retirement. Of course, we respect that. Perhaps it is a product of deep thinking and reflection. But if you are going to stay for a couple of years more in the service, there is actually no other choice except to look at these changes and challenges as opportunities to unlearn some old practices that are not anymore working and to learn some technology tools and other strategies for us to survive and thrive in these challenging times. So, how do we do it? Persistence will help. Don't give up. So if you are a young faculty trying to influence an old faculty in the use of technology tools, please don't give up. Please have persistence and then offer help to them in a proactive way, and in a non-threatening way. Yes, I hope I was able to give you some insights. May I take a look at some of the comments of our viewers? Thank you very much for watching, friends. Until this time, I know it is almost lunchtime. From Madam Sandra Alamo Casitas, thank you, ma'am, for the comprehensive and meaningful discussion. And thank you very much from Albay Central School of Legazpi. Yes, we have some other comments and insights. Thank you very much. We were indeed inspired by your talk. God bless. This is from Sir Alvin Masamok Mahawan from the Best Mascot, Masbate. Thank you very much, everyone. Those who are watching from Masbate and from the Best Mascot, how are you? Thank you all for watching. I think there are no more questions. So we end the open forum here. Once again, thank you all for watching. I hope you will start embracing the growth mindset now. We now proceed to our break, and after the break, we are going to have the parallels, the research sessions, and we are going to start with session 1 after lunch. Session 1 is on curriculum and innovation. And under this, we will listen to 5 research papers from Camarines Sur, Albay, and from Legazpi City. So we take on a break a short break. You can have your lunch, our dear viewers, and our session moderator for session number 1, Curriculum and Innovation, is none other than Mr. Dino Manuel E. Prestado from Nabua National High School. We will be giving him the floor after our break.
Bicol University is now 50 years old. In its 5 decades of existence, it has grown to 7 campuses covering 16 colleges and academic units. Together, they offer 53 baccalaureate and 72 post-baccalaureate degree programs. The university has consistently performed above the national passing rates in licensure examinations and produces top-notchers yearly. Through the new University Code of 2016, BU reestablished the Office of the Vice President for Research, Development, and Extension. Discipline-based research and extension centers were established. Numerous outcomes in the form of publications, patents, utility models, citations, and paper presentations were achieved. Technology demonstration projects with positive returns on investment are now existing. Meanwhile, partnerships were forged with 97 other organizations and educational institutions. These have brought in more than 580 million pesos of external funding for R&D. All these contribute to BU's vision of becoming a world-class university or a learning institution at par with the best schools in Asia. Upon its creation on June 21, 1969, BU was the first state university in the Bicol region. Republic Act 5521 combined the then Bicol Teachers College, Daraga East Central School, Albay High School, Bicol Regional School of Arts and Trades, Rojas Memorial Agricultural School, and Bicol School of Fisheries to become BU. The young BU then was mandated to give professional and technical training and provide advanced and specialized instruction in literature, philosophy, the science and arts, besides providing for the promotion of scientific and technological research. Thus, BU was tasked not only to teach, but to conduct research and diffuse knowledge and innovations for the benefit of the community. In this regard, research and extension were part of the main concerns of the university from the very beginning. During the term of BU's first president, Dr. Ricardo Arcilia, 5 objectives for the university were formulated. One of them was strengthening the extension program of BU. University personnel facilitated the transfer of technologies for agriculture and rural development. This was done through information, education, and communication or IEC campaigns, short-term courses for farmers and other marginalized sectors, and technical support to various organizations. At this time, extension services were run from the then Public Affairs Office. The primordial research office was lodged at the graduate school. In 1977, the Extension Office was established as a separate unit called the Extension Service Center. It became the voice of BU through its radio program on agriculture. The Bicol University On Air was broadcast daily and hosted by the first Extension Director, Ramon Salire. At around the same time, the Research and Statistics Center was established. Its mandates were to initiate, undertake, coordinate, and integrate the research efforts of the university in relation to regional and national development goals. Early on, BU became the Bicol Regional Center for Training and Research in Population Education. The then College of Fisheries became part of the National Agricultural Research Network and was designated Regional Institute for Fisheries Technology. By the start of the 1980s, the university established a solid track record on research. Thus, the National Science Development Board provided funds for the purchase of laboratory equipment. Many other organizations gave grants to BU. During the term of the second university president, Judge Aquilino Bonto, the BU Extension program in Manila was established. The Extension Service Center continued disseminating information on various developmental topics, conducting short-term skills training programs, and providing technical support to other organizations. The university was designated as the regional center of the local administration and development program. The Research and Statistics Center strengthened its capabilities by forging linkages with many national government agencies, non-government entities, and international organizations. At this time, the Board of Regents formalized policies for research that strengthened the research and development management function of the center.
First, wala pa masyadong pondo sa actual research, but rather staff. We were provided staff in the Indigo. Nung pumasok ako, dadalawa lang sila noon. Nung nandun to, mga 6 na kami, 7.
In the 1980s, BU researchers pioneered regional studies on tuna, siganids, mud crabs, fishing gears, indigenous fish processing technologies, grouper, tilapia, sea urchin, sinarapan, and coastal resource management.
Funding noon ang development plan, may development plan noon ang College of Research. Kaya well-funded sila. Facilities, personnel, well-funded yung mga research.
It was during the term of Dr. Roman Bucat as Research Director that the BU Research and Development Journal was established. Today, it is a peer-reviewed publication recognized by the Commission on Higher Education. As the EDSA People Power Revolution paved the way for a new political order, BU strengthened its links with various national government agencies and non-government organizations. Research was focused on the priority areas set by the government: agriculture and fishery studies, florist, responding to a national challenge for food security. Meanwhile, extension activities focused on information dissemination, specialist support services, and short-term skills training. The Extension Service Center joined the Bidani Network. This partnership, which exists until today, promotes local development and nutrition. The BU Development Foundation Incorporated was established and became a partner of BU in its growing research and extension engagements. The fourth BU president, Dr. Lilia Sena, expanded the research and extension programs of the university. Studies that had immediate impacts on regional development were prioritized. A collaborative program on pili post-production was implemented, together with then National Post-Harvest Institute for Research and Extension, which resulted in the design and commercialization of post-harvest tools, equipment, and storage systems for pili. In the late 1980s, more extension programs were implemented beyond the province of Albay. These included the Municipal Science and Technology Advisory Program, Consultancy on Agriculture Productivity Enhancement Program, and Linking for Education to accelerate literacy. To be able to effectively deliver extension services, the university instituted policies on extension, ensuring annual funding and redefining the concept of extension.
Because the principle of extension is working with and not for the people. Work with, not for. And even with the philosophy of the people are the determiners of their present and future well-being.
In 2002, the Research and Statistics Center was renamed the Research and Development Center in recognition of the key role of the university's research and extension undertakings in regional and national development. Its function was streamlined to focus on research administration and management, while implementation was lodged in the colleges and institutes. During the term of Dr. Emiliano Abirin as the 5th BU President, the number of studies significantly increased. Research programs implemented were on upland rice, native chicken, aquaculture, marine fisheries, abaca, winged bean, agricultural extension, and along coastal resources management. The Bidani Network has chosen the university as its lead institution in the Bicol region, and varied forms of extension work were instituted under this.
The Bicol Bidani Network program was so active, so we were the lead SUC in terms of capacitating other state colleges in Bicol region, primarily the Camarines Norte State College, Partido State College, then also Sorsogon State College, then Catanduanes State College, and then the Best MSCAT, the Don Emilio B. Espinosa Memorial State Agriculture College.
With funding from the Commission on Higher Education, or CHED, BU developed modules for the National Service Training Program that were eventually used throughout the Bicol region. Similarly, the Department of Education and the Sorsogon Provincial Government partnered with the university on an alternative learning education program. The BU Extension Service Center also formed the Association of Bicol Region Extensionists. Mount Masaraga, an inactive volcano in Ligao City, and its environs were given attention. Biodiversity assessments were carried out, and livelihood options were presented to the residents of surrounding communities. In 1999, the research and extension offices were placed under one roof when the Office of the Vice President for Research and Extension was established. Because of this, there was better communication between the researchers and the extensionists. Thus, many research outputs were used in community.
It was always my dream that the product of research should be used for extension to the community. And luckily we were able to do that.
Dr. Ofelia S. Vega was the first Vice President for Research and Extension. According to her, research products that eventually reached communities through extension projects were the results of studies on seaweed, upland rice, and biodiversity, among others.
Plain research, unless it can do something for the community, is not that important.
When Dr. Susana Cabredo became the 6th university president, the research and extension centers were placed under the Vice President for Academic Affairs. The move was meant to bring a seamless connection among research, extension, and instruction. More studies were conducted outside the fields of agriculture and fisheries. However, since Bicol is an agricultural and archipelagic region, research in agriculture and fisheries continued. A multi-crop processing center was established in the Pulangi campus. The facility could process byproducts of ginger, lemongrass, pandan, and other herbs. Training sessions and food processing were also held. In 2004, BU became the base agency of the Bicol Consortium for Agricultural Resources, Research and Development, or BICAR. This is a network of 17 agencies in the Bicol region involved in research, development, and extension endeavors in agriculture, forestry, environment, and natural resources. Dr. Eddie C., the then research director, headed the consortium. Developmental information was also aired in a weekly program over radio station DZRC. The Regional Entrepreneurship and Productivity Center was established to help improve entrepreneurship and productivity in Bicol. It was during Dr. Cabredo's term when the Comprehensive Development Plan of BU was implemented. Academic units were restructured into service and professional colleges. Information and communication technologies were prioritized. An offshoot of this plan was the rationalization of the budget for research and extension. The 7th university president was Dr. Faye Lauraya. At the start of her term, 7 discipline clusters were identified to streamline the research activities of the faculty. In the first year of Dr. Lauraya's term alone, 54 studies were conducted, 10 of which were externally funded. New technologies have arisen from these research undertakings. A portable, low-cost pili depulping machine was developed that can depulp newly harvested pili at a rate of 250 kilos an hour. A mechanical pili shell cracker was also produced, which can crack more than 200 pieces per minute. Meanwhile, BU assisted local government units in establishing and managing their marine protected areas. It also conducted studies on the sinarapan, groupers, sea urchins, and rabbit fishes. In addition, BU scientists collaborated with researchers from other institutions to help understand and mitigate the impact of harmful algal bloom. Studies in scallops were also implemented with support from PCARD. During the term of Dr. Lauraya, many faculty members published in respected international journals. In addition, numerous professors and students presented their studies in various global conferences, winning awards and citations. Not content with merely attending others' conferences, the university organized its own annual conferences at the international, national, and regional levels. Most importantly, CHED conferred on BU the Best R&D Program Award for 2 consecutive years and eventually became a finalist for the national title. At this time, the research director was Dr. Arnulfo Mascareñas, who would later on become the next BU president. As director, he spearheaded the reconfiguration of the Manual of Operation for Research and Development. This laid down the research policies of the university that guided faculty members in conducting their studies. There was also a change in the discipline-based clustering of the research and extension agenda of the university to a thematic area system. BU's network for international and local partners further expanded, pouring in millions of pesos to the university for research and extension. Meanwhile, numerous extension projects for calamity-stricken areas were continued.
Disaster and climate change is a global issue, and it is the role of local universities to act and do whatever we can in terms of education to contribute to this global issue. So it's basically local in action.
Due to the positive impacts of the activities of the university on disaster risk reduction and management, BU became the only international member of the US-based Extension Disaster Education Network. The Bungkaras Development Project was initiated in 2010 by the Extension Service Center. BU played a central role in the Techno Gabay program of BCARD. The university also implemented the Project Community Outreach to promote empowerment, a micro-lending partnership with the Philippine-German Foundation Incorporated. In 2012, BU hosted the International Workshop on Smart Technologies for Disaster Risk Reduction Management. In 2014, entrepreneurship professors held a training of trainers on cooperatives. The Cooperative Development Authority, or CDA, tapped these BU experts to educate the accredited trainers of the CDA on various issues surrounding cooperatives. As 8th BU President, Dr. Arnulfo Mascareñas started his term, faculty members continued winning Best Paper Awards in conferences. They also published in high-end journals and registered patents and other intellectual properties. Professors continued to attend and present at international, national, and regional conferences. Important projects funded by the PCARD were implemented. Professors studied the mass propagation of coconuts so that they can be planted in coastal areas damaged by typhoons and pests. In just 1 year, almost 5,000 embryos were produced. Other studies conducted were on marine and coastal habitats, biodiversity, watershed management, disaster risk reduction, agroforestry technologies, high-value crops propagation, early warning system, and rainwater harvesting. Aside from research in the natural sciences, there were studies on education, management, student welfare, academe-industry partnerships, gender, public health, history, folklore, organizational communication, traffic congestion, and labor and employment. According to former Vice President for Research, Development and Extension, Professor Ronel Juneda, external funding was made possible by the university's collaboration with other agencies. This paved the way for the conduct of many basic and applied studies in the natural sciences, as well as in the education and socio-economic fields. Money was also poured into infrastructures that helped researchers. The Bicol Regional Food Innovation Commercialization Center was established to improve technology in the region by providing a platform for food product development and processing. The fabrication laboratory was constructed to help researchers come up with high-quality products that can spur the creation of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. The tissue culture laboratory was built to assist plant researchers. Aside from these, other buildings for the use of researchers were erected, especially in the East, Ginobatan, and Tabaco campuses. The university's focus on disaster risk reduction and management, as well as climate change adaptation, continued. Funding for these initiatives came from CHED, Department of Interior and Local Government, Japan International Cooperation Agency, and Bicol Consortium for Development Initiatives, Incorporated. With the support from the Provincial Government of Albay, the BU Emergency Paramedic Training Unit conducted the Emergency Medical Technician Training Course 2015 to 2016. The Albay Provincial Governor's Office also partnered with the university in improving the province's sweet potato industry. To continue the culture of community engagement, nursing professors focused on health advocacy on maternal, newborn, and child health nursing in Magnito Albay. The College of Business, Economics and Management has implemented a Community Enterprise Development Assistance Program. The college faculty also held seminars and workshops on entrepreneurship, financial literacy, marketing, bookkeeping, and various livelihood activities. The College of Industrial Technology partnered with the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology in providing skills and livelihood training to prisoners. Faculty members of the Jesse M. Robredo Institute of Governance and Development trained barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan officials on the legislative process. The institute also partnered with the local government of Pilar, Sorsogon to promote good governance. Various barangays in Sorsogon province were the beneficiaries of the Gubat campus's training programs. Meanwhile, a partnership with the United Nations Development Program, Department of Education, and CHED led to a training program on migration and development. A database of school children whose parents are migrant workers was established. One important national program around the time Dr. Mascareñas took office was the transition to the K-12 curriculum. As a center of excellence, the College of Education implemented a 5-day training project for grades 7 to 10 teachers. The college also conducted a training project called Inclusive Education for Diverse Learners in order to assist other teacher education institutions. This was in line with a series of CHED memorandums that mandated inclusive education for diverse learners. Similarly, BU trained the teachers of the Department of Education Legazpi City Division on research, intellectual property, data management, and statistics. The biggest extension program of BU happened during the term of Dr. Mascareñas. The university became the lead institution in the implementation of region-wide livelihood training programs worth 313 million pesos, funded by the Department of Social Work and Community Development. Arguably, one of the biggest legacies of Dr. Mascareñas as university president was the reorganization of the BU offices concerned with research and extension. The Office of the Vice President for Research, Development, and Extension was reestablished. Under this office are 4 divisions and 7 discipline-based research centers. The university's second Vice President for Research, Development, and Extension, and the first under the reorganized system, was Dr. Victor Soliman. He faced the task of implementing the structural reorganization of the OVPRDE. Shortly, Professor Ronel R. Juneda Sr. took over the vice presidency. For him, the new organizational setup is beneficial because it allows for a seamless relationship between research and extension.
We also have materialized the research and extension continuum by which we successfully blurred the boundaries of research and extension. Both are carrying or following the same agenda, and we see to it that any product of research or extension or made use as an extension material of the university as serves its role in community development.
Well, I'd like to see BEU become a research university where a huge majority of our faculty members are busy with research, where the culture of writing and publication has become internalized by our faculty members, especially our researchers.
In its next half a century, BU aims to provide more services to the community. However, the university would like to set right the notion of what extension is. According to Extension Director Dr. Lester M. Narvaez, projects are not one-time dole-outs. Instead, they should positively change the behavior and attitude of the beneficiaries. Extension projects must improve the total well-being of the people. For example, BU may provide homegrown technologies that will help farmers increase their harvest.
We would like to make the university known for developing homegrown technologies that are utilized by the communities.
In terms of research, the university shall keep pace with the new fields emerging today. To achieve this, said Vice President for Research, Development and Extension, Dr. Amelia Dorosa, the faculty must be trained to be up to date with the times.
So for me, number one is capacity development. And it should always be that. The university should always invest in the capacity of the faculty members.
Dr. Dorosan envisions the number of studies to increase in the coming decades. She also expects the quality of research to improve. It is a tall order, but it's very much doable as the university shifts to a knowledge and innovation-focused research and extension system. This means following the roadmaps that various sectors in the academe and the industry have charted towards industry and university. To be able to achieve these, every member of the BU community must cooperate and help the administration in its plans and directions.
Do good from those which are weak, do better from those which are good, and do our best from those which are better.
This lends well to the vision of BU, which is to become a world-class university producing leaders and change agents for social transformation and development.
I hope that our faculty members in the coming days will not only be conducting research for their own personal gain, but we should conduct research with the end view of being able to contribute to the social transformation and development of our communities.
The academic and institutional foundations, the intellectual capital built, the policy infrastructures fine-tuned, the gains and milestones achieved, and the trajectory redefined can lead BU to become a research university.
Bicol University is serious in its pursuit for quality research. We are serious in partnering with individuals, with agencies to be able to advance the development of knowledge.
This is a Bicol University that will be a dynamic player in a knowledge and innovation-based economy, a lead institution that shall promote translational, disruptive, and transformative scientific and technological innovations for development, and a university that simply refuses to accept the status quo, but instead proactively responds to the needs and issues of time.
afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the 6th Regional Conference on Promoting World-Class Education. We will be having the first session for this afternoon's conference. The first session will be about curriculum and innovation. We will have 5 presenters for this afternoon's first session. We have from Sir Raymark Basagre from Central Bicol State University of Agriculture. We also have from Sir Aris Perez from the Bicol University College of Education. We have Sir Dick Anthony Calia from Legazpi City Science High School, Miss Fatelin Oray from Doña Mercedes Elementary School, and Miss Leslie Ann Monge from La Purisima National High School. So again, let us welcome the presenters for this afternoon's first session on curriculum and innovation for the 6th Regional Conference on Promoting World-Class Education.
Hello everyone, I am Raymark G. Basagre and I am from Central Bicol State University of Agriculture. May I present to you my study entitled Hands-on Structured Inquiry Activities in Physics, Its Effect to Students' Conceptual Understanding. The transition of schools in the Philippines from the old basic education curriculum to the K-12 curriculum pushed the school to become competency-based and standard-based, offering great demands from teachers who must be abreast with the set competencies. In physics, mechanics as an introductory field to discuss the basic concepts like kinematics and dynamics is troublesome and difficult for many students. Activities boost the development of students' brain by helping them to understand concepts and broadening their understanding of things. There were a number of these activities in classroom, but few are hands-on, which allows manipulation of improvised, local, and environmentally friendly learning materials. This study determined the effects of hands-on structured inquiry activities in grade 9 mechanics on students' conceptual understanding. Specifically, it pursued to determine the performance of the students on grade 9 pretest, designed hands-on structured inquiry activities in accordance with the law-performed K-12 grade 9 science learning competency, and determined the effects of hands-on structured inquiry activities on students' conceptual understanding. Quantitative data were gathered using pre-test and post-test results of the researcher-made conceptual test. Qualitative data were gathered from the designed hands-on structured inquiry activities and in the student's journal. For SOP number 1, the table showed that the students are in the beginning level in all of the 3 learning competencies in grade 9 mechanics. They have a mean score of 9.13 and a performance level of 58.67, which is interpreted as beginning, or the students have a little understanding of the concept being studied. For SOP number 2, the designed activity on the learning competency on describe the horizontal and vertical motions of a projectile is water rocket launching. Its objectives are understand the concept of a projectile motion in performing water rocket launching and determine the horizontal and vertical motions of the water rocket. On learning competency, on relate impulse and momentum to collision of objects, the designed learning activity is entitled How Far It Will Go. The set objectives are understand the relationship of momentum to impulse and calculate problem involving impulse and momentum. On learning competency, on examine effects and predict causes of collision-related damages and injury, the activity designed is entitled Safety First. The set objectives are understand collision through observing the egg as it fall and discuss the effect of collision on the egg on a parachute. On learning competency, number 1, from the beginning level, the post-test result showed that the students are now in the developing level. For learning competency number 2, also from the beginning level, post-test result that students are now in the approaching proficiency level. And learning competency 3, from beginning level, the post-test result showed that the students are now in the developing level, where in the pretest, the grand mean is 9.13, the performance level is 58.7, interpreted as beginning. While on the post-test, the grand mean is 14.9, performance level of 78.3, which is interpreted as developing. To see if this result is significant, we use the paired t-test, which we get the computed value of 10.73, a tabular value of 2.045. We reject the null hypothesis because the computed value is lower than the critical value. Hence, the difference between the results of the pre-test and post-test was significant. That would be all. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, my name is Dr. Aris S. Perez, and today I will be presenting to you my research entitled Touch What You Teach, the use of iPad-based ebook game as an assessment strategy in English. In a nutshell, this study aimed to develop a digital interactive instructional material in the form of a mobile game that is both created and played using a tablet known as the iPad. Afterwards, it determined its effect on the identified least mastered competencies in English of selected grade 7 students from Bicol University, Integrated Laboratory High School or BOILHS, which served as the study's locale. The study is anchored on a combination of different theories and assessment principles, such as the problem-based game model or PBG, Vygotsky's zone of proximal development or CPD, as well as several assessment for learning or AFL principles, like focus on how pupils learn, helping them to improve, and capacity for self and peer assessment. Concepts distilled from these theories and principles served as the theoretical frameworks of the study. Figure 1 illustrates the study's theoretical paradigm, where these distilled concepts such as the use of reflective trial and error, game mechanics, immersive multimedia-rich environment, and contextualized narrative with interactive puzzles all lead to a desired learning outcome through the proposed ebook game in the study. Figure 2, on the other hand, shows the conceptual paradigm of the study, where the resulting iPad-based ebook game, along with its content, pedagogy, and technology integration features, can lead to the enhancement of the target least mastered competencies in English, technology-enhanced engagement, capsule biography writing creativity, and particular family values of the grade 7 students. The subjects of this study were the 37 grade 7 students from Neptune and Venus sections divided into 2 groups. 16 students coming from Neptune formed the experimental group, while the remaining 21 from Venus eventually became the control group. The study utilized research and development as well as pre-test, post-test, quasi-experimental designs to develop the iPad-based ebook game and evaluate its effect on the language learning competencies, student engagement, creativity in writing their capsule biography, and their family values as an intervention tool among the purposely selected grade 7 students in English. Quantitative and qualitative methods were employed in analyzing the results of the study. Qualitative data were obtained from the journals of the students, focus group discussion or FGD, and answers and observation sheets. Quantitative data, on the other hand, were obtained from the pre-test and post-test scores and level of acceptability responses. Now let's proceed to the salient findings, conclusions, and recommendations from the study. Beginning with Statement of the Problem 1 or SOTP 1, what are the identified least mastered competencies in English of the grade 7 students of Bicol University College of Education Integrated Laboratory High School in terms of the following: grammar awareness and writing composition? Before we answer the first SOTP, let me first direct your attention to the legend section below this table. This way you will know what they mean as you encounter them in the succeeding slides. LC1 to LC8 stands for the specific learning competencies within the quarter numbered 1 to 8. They are classified either as G for grammar and W for writing and composition. Now here are the findings, conclusion, and recommendations for SOTP1. Based on the initial English proficiency test scores of the experimental group, their lowest grammar awareness competency pre-test mean score of 2.52 is an LC1, or the proper use of indirect speech, which is equivalent to a mean percentage score of 50.48%. This is interpreted as low mastery or LM based on DepEd's mastery level descriptors. When it comes to writing and composition, they garnered a pre-test mean score of 2.48 in LC8, which refers to writing a capsule biography of a person, which is equivalent to an MPS of 49.52%, which is also still interpreted as low mastery or LM. As for the control group, their lowest grammar awareness pretest score of 2.19 is also in LC1. This is equivalent to an MPS of 43.70%, interpreted as LM or low mastery, and on the other hand, their lowest writing and composition pretest score of 2.22 is also on LC8. This is equivalent as well to an MPS of 44.44%, interpreted as LM or low mastery. These findings only show that the least mastered grammar awareness competency of the grade 7 students from both the experimental and control groups is on the proper use of indirect speech, while their least mastered writing and composition competency is about writing a capsule biography of a person as well. Now let's talk about the SOTP2. What iPad-based ebook game may be developed as an instructional material to address the least mastered competencies in English of the grade 7 students in terms of content, pedagogy, and technology integration features? Findings revealed that the developed iPad-based ebook game in English has 3 categorical features. These are content, pedagogy, and technology integration features respectively. Its content features include curriculum compliance, authenticity, accuracy, and values integration. Its pedagogy features include creativity, student engagement, positive learning environment, and collaboration. Lastly, its technology integration features cover intuitiveness, flexibility, interactivity, and functionality. This means that the developed iPad-based ebook game in English has many content, pedagogy, and technology integration features. Therefore, teachers in public secondary schools should start exploring the different educational mobile applications that they can utilize for teaching and prescribe to students for further learning. In addition, they must begin looking at their post-PC mobile device as serious instructional tools, the way they would a laptop, projector, and other commonly used teaching devices. For the third SOTP, what is the level of acceptability of the iPad-based ebook game in English based on the students' and jurors' assessment? Based on the level of acceptability survey questionnaire, findings show that the actual weighted mean range of all the experimental groups' ratings in the level of acceptability of the iPad-based ebook game was between 2.81, which is very good, to 3.75, which is interpreted as excellent. All the ratings are unanimously positive. The ratings overall weighted mean is 3.28, or very good. As far as the jurors are concerned, the actual weighted mean range for their level of acceptability ratings is between 3.33 or very good to 4 or excellent. All of the ratings were also unanimously positive, and the ratings overall weighted mean is 3.84 or excellent. Overall, this means that the developed iPad-based ebook game in English is highly acceptable. So it is highly recommended that teachers become aware of the various ways to wirelessly connect their devices to the projector and explore the possible ways they can also utilize a single smartphone or tablet in one-is-to-many or one device shared by several students format, combined with educational interactive activities or games that can elicit student engagement and motivation through active participation that could lead to the development of the 4 C's of 21st century skills among their students. Now let's go to SOTP4. What is the effect of the iPad-based ebook game in English in terms of the following aspects? Enhancement of students' grammar and writing competencies in English, technology-enhanced student engagement, creativity in writing a capsule biography, and enhancement of family values. Beginning with the first aspect, which is on the enhancement of the students' grammar and writing competencies in English, the following findings were derived. The experimental group's resulting overall mastery level based on their pretest performance is 52.75%, which is interpreted as near mastery, while their overall mastery level based on their post-test performance is 69.38%, which is still interpreted as near mastery. This shows, however, a 16.63% performance increase where the students belong to this group who were exposed to the researcher-made iPad-based ebook game in English. On the other hand, the control group's overall mastery level for their pretest performance is 47.02%, which is interpreted as low mastery. However, the resulting overall mastery level for their post-test performance, on the other hand, is 56.76%, which is interpreted as near mastery. This shows a 9.74% performance increase among the students in this group. Thus, the developed iPad-based ebook game in English has a very positive effect on the grade 7 students' identified least mastered competencies in both grammar awareness as well as writing and composition. When it comes to the technology-enhanced student engagement aspect, both the experimental group's overall level acceptability rating, which is 3.19 or very good, and the jurors' overall acceptability rating of 4.0 or excellent, revealed that the developed iPad-based ebook game successfully elicited active student participation among its users. The foregoing level of acceptability results were also confirmed by the majority of student journal responses, where they expressed their feeling of excitement, curiosity, and amazement towards it, alongside the teacher observation remark which emphasized the presence of positive social interaction among the students as they played the intervention together as a team. From these findings, it can be concluded that the developed iPad-based ebook game in English has a very positive effect on the grade 7 students' technology-enhanced engagement. In terms of the third aspect, which focuses on the creativity in writing a capsule biography, both the experimental and control groups have shown a noticeable difference in their pretest and post-test capsule biography writing performances. Based on the paired sample t-test, results revealed that there is a statistically significant difference between the pretest, which is 1.88, and post-test, valued at 3.06, performance of the experimental group when it comes to their creativity in writing a capsule biography. This was also true to the control group, whose difference between their pretest, which is 1.76, and post-test, 1.97, performance was also found to be statistically significant. However, after computing for the effect size to compare the statistically significant differences from both groups' pre- and post-test scores, it was further revealed that the experimental group's resulting effect size is 1.40, which is interpreted as huge effect, while the control group's computed effect size, on the other hand, is only 0.51, which is interpreted as large effect. Since the experimental group's effect size is larger than the control groups, this means that the difference in the pre- and post-test scores of the former is substantially more important than that of the latter. It can be concluded based on these findings that the developed iPad-based ebook game in English has a very positive effect on the grade 7 students' creativity in writing a capsule biography. To clearly illustrate how substantially important the difference is between the experimental group's pretest and post-test scores in creativity compared to that of the control groups, look at these two clustered bar graphs. As you can see, all the 16 students from the experimental group have in one way or another showed a noticeable increase in their post-test scores when demonstrating their creativity in terms of using varied sentence structures and selected literary devices in their written capsule biographies. The biggest notable percentage difference being 40%, as in the case of students 3, 5, and 11, respectively. In contrast, the 21 students from the control group have only shown marginal improvements at best, with 13% being the biggest difference in the case of students 7, 13, and 16, respectively, while 3 of them, in the case of students 8, 10, and 14, even scored below their pretest creativity scores. For the last SOTP4 aspect, which is the enhancement of family values, findings show that almost everyone in the entire class really appreciated and learned specific family-related values from the proposed ebook game based on their journal and FGD responses. This only implies that the developed iPad-based ebook game in English has a very positive effect on the enhancement of family values of grade 7 students. In view of all these findings and conclusions, it is highly recommended therefore that the present study be replicated with a longer implementation duration to further validate its present findings, most especially when it comes to the effect of the developed iPad-based ebook game on target learning competencies, student engagement, creativity, enhancement of family values, or other academic-related concepts. Finally, under SOTP 5, how can the iPad-based ebook game in English be further improved based on the results of the study? Based on the 13 improvement suggestions for the present study's developed iPad-based ebook game in English, it can be deduced that most of them are already addressed with the exception of a lesser few, which were either unnecessary or contrary to the game's overall design and purpose. Given the fact that even a non-programmer like the researcher behind the study was able to create a digital interactive instructional material, such as this iPad-based ebook game, it is therefore recommended that the Department of Higher Education should look into initiating training workshops that will immerse today's educators to the constantly growing mobile applications that are currently available in various platforms so they too can be empowered to create their own digital instructional materials using authoring tools like HyperPad in their own respective fields. Moreover, the government should also set, implement, and monitor a policy that will firmly establish teacher-led digital instructional materials design as a sustainable ICT-based initiative to further enhance the quality of education through appropriate and timely digital integration practices in every classroom, in every school, in every province within our country. Before I end this presentation, allow me to show you some of the actual implementation snapshots showing how the grade 7 students use the iPad-based ebook game in the classroom. Since the iPad was wirelessly connected to the projector, students need not move from where they are and instead focus on collaborating with their teammates while solving the puzzles related to the story and of course their identified least mastered grammar and writing competencies in English. At the end of the day, seeing them have fun while learning makes all the difference. Thanks for listening, and Godspeed to each and all.
Good day. Before I will start my research, let me first give thanks to the following. The Department of Science and Technology, as one of their scholars during my undertaking of my master's degree, and to the Bicol University, especially to my advisor, Professor Dave Stonga, the panel members, Professor Lorna Minya as the chairman, Sir Jason Lucilo, Sir Bremia, and Professor Guyena. Today, I am honored to share my research entitled Visual Basic Coding, a Digital Tool and Its Effects in the Performance Level of 6th Grade Math Learners. The outline of my presentation will start in the rationale, followed by features and evaluation of the digital tools, and the end is the result. For the rationale of my study, there are many legal bases that I incorporated in my study, and among of it is the RA 10533. Through this, I integrated the pedagogies intended in making the lesson plans and instructional materials. Likewise, I aligned some principles in the Philippine Professional Standard for Teachers in case there are teachers who are willing to create digital materials like the one I will be presenting. In line with the review of related literature and studies, according to the International Bureau of Education, the primary goal of education is to design plans that will meet the basic needs of the learners, including literacy and numeracy. Along with this, according to Lazadico and Retalis, that the utilization of computers will really help in attaining those goals. However, despite that technology is ubiquitous, many teachers are still having a hard time to maximize the use of it. That is why, according to Weibo, teachers must be geared not just familiar with the tech-based tools. Also, proficiency entails flexibility at all times. It means that teachers must adapt to these vast changes, like in the book of Alvin Toffler regarding future shock. Lastly, in designing or the ability in designing the lesson plans or based on robust instruction principles are vital in making digital instructions. How to make these digital instructional tools using Visual Basic Coding. First, let's define what is Visual Basic. So it is an event-driven programming language. It means a program language in that will be incorporated in, for example, in the PowerPoint presentation. So here, I use the app PowerPoint, then I integrated or I incorporated this Visual Basic Coding as the program of it to make this digital tool with the following features. First is the inquiry base. So inquiry base happen when I use guided or the art of questioning in order for the learners to learn the topic with the use of series of animations. Next is interactive, wherein the programming was incorporated. So there is an immediate feedback. So according to Chi, there is three way of interactivity. First is the student to student, teachers to student, and last the program to the student. Next feature is guided discovery learning. So the digital tool itself is very self and independent material wherein the learners can use this even without the presence of the teacher. Next, it is contextualized. So the context and the situations, the activities are contextualized. So these are the features of my digital tool. So that's it. So for the evaluation of the features, so according to the experts, it is 5. Most of them are 5 and it's very satisfactory. So the 4 features. Next is the evaluation of the digital technology. So I incorporated the tool LRMDS for non-print material. So for the content, I must attain 30, instructional 30, technical 39, and other factors including the grammatical errors, factual errors, etc., must be 16 out of 16. So in the data, as you can see in the passing score, it satisfies the passing score. That's why all the qualities are passed with the use of the LRMDS. Next, for the percentage, so it's above 90, and the other factor is 100%. That's why it is very satisfactory. Next is the results and discussion. So I incorporated quasi-experimental design. So there is a experimental and the control group. But in the control group, I also use conventional teaching as prescribed by the Republic Act 105PP. Not to deprive, for me not to deprive the other group. Okay, so that's one of the misconception in the quasi-experimental design, wherein um, one group must be given the intervention and the other group must not. So still, the control group use conventional teaching. So the pedagogies are there. The only difference is that there is no technology incorporated in the control group. So as you can see in the results, 4 out of 5 of the topics in the fraction is in favor with the experimental group. Moreover, in inferential statistics, the experimental from the pretest and post-test, both of them are increasing. Okay, both of them are increasing because in the control group, I taught them in a conventional way. So I use the pedagogies like constructivist, I also use activity-based, and so on and so forth. And for the standard deviation, it's very close. It means that the data is not just wide from each other. So for the p-value, the difference between the experimental group and the control group, the p-value is closer to 0 rather than the control group, which is 0.002. And according to the American Psychology Association, in case of an experiment or quasi-experimental design or any experimental design, um, it is suggested to use effect size. And I use Cohen's d to identify the effect size of the data. So for the experimental, I got 1.33. It means it's huge. And for the control group is 0.71. It means it's large. To sum it up, the results index is in favor in the experimental group. So the presence of technology makes something different in the teaching and the learning process. Here is the setup of the conventional and instructional technology. As you can see, in the left image, the students are enjoying while learning while enjoying the topic. So unfortunately, the school cannot attend 1:1 ratio. That's why I use the interactive whiteboard, as you can see the front here, to some for the students to still catch up with the lesson. And on the right part here, I as I said, I incorporated conventional teaching. That's why the students in the control group was not deprived in terms of the experiment done. We are having here a individual activity where board and so on and so forth. So to generalize my research, I came up with this formula in making an effective technology-based instruction. So first, as the review of the related literature and studies, that the ability to design instructional materials based upon the principle, for example, the designing factors are these: content, structural, technical, that is aligned to the LRMDS. Okay. Next is the pedagogies. The pedagogies is very important, not just the principle or the designing factor, but also the pedagogies is very important, as is stated in the RA 105. Summing it up, or in math, when we add these designing factors and pedagogical approaches in making technology-based instruction, we will have this outcome: student-centered activities and lesson, teacher-facilitated instructions, appreciation of local byproducts, livelihood, academic occupational relevance and need, and individuality. So before I will end my discussion, let me give this quote. Everything is designed. Few things are designed well, by Brian Reed. So thank you very much for listening. So my name is, once again, Dick Anthony M. Calleja. I'm a teacher of Legazpi City Science High School. Thank you.
pleasant day to everyone. I am Miss Patuling P. Oray, Teacher 3 of Doña Mercedes Elementary School. So today I will be presenting my paper entitled Enhancement of the Existing Bicol Ginebatan Contextualized Learners Material in Mother Tongue 2. The Philippines is a linguistically diverse country having more than 170 spoken languages. Yet the learners' materials that were published and distributed were only written in 12 mother tongue languages as of school year 2012-2013 and still being used as of today. That is why the researcher conducted a study to assess and analyze the existing contextualized Bicol Ginebatan learners' material to identify its strengths and weaknesses, and to enhance it to make it more suitable to the learners but still adhering to the curriculum standards. The study aimed to enhance and determine the strengths and weaknesses of the existing Bicol Ginebatan contextualized learners material in Mother Tongue 2 and the difference between the existing to the enhanced version. The study employed the descriptive evaluative content analysis research design using the questionnaire checklist to determine the strengths and weaknesses of the existing Bicol Ginebatan contextualized learners material in Mother Tongue 2 as basis for enhancing. A total of 23 teacher jurors assessed the existing LM and the enhanced version. Weighted mean, interclass correlation coefficient, and ANOVA were the statistical treatment used. This is done to see whether there is really a significant difference or improvement between the existing and the proposed LM. So, based from the initial assessment done in the existing Bicol Ginebatan contextualized LM, Mother Tongue 2, it is very satisfactory in that it is applicable to be used but can still be improved, having a weighted mean of 3.63. Three weaknesses were identified in terms of containing sufficient activities, clarity of visuals to details, and layout. So, finding or having this findings or based from the findings, an enhanced Bicol Ginebatan contextualized learners material was developed by the researcher to address the identified weaknesses. The researcher did addition of